Assalamu alaikum wa barakatuhu. Welcome everyone to this special stream. It's going to be the Shurah Council stream for arbitration between Ziyad Karam and Brother Kenny Bomer, I think is a proper way to say it, aka Mujahid Islam. And just to give some context here, a couple of things before we get started here. While we let people come in and give Brother Ziyad a chance to also join in the stream if he'd like to. First things first, the reason why this is happening is it's gotten to a point where a situation has escalated where Brother Ziyad has made some accusations against Brother Kenny in regards to misappropriating funds being used while he collected it from Dawah for his well project and other things. And there were some accusations that were made and severe allegations against him and his son, so including his family, regarding the usage of funds. That has escalated into numerous videos and some slander and going on other people's streams as well too, and discussing the issue, and that has led to this point. It's all that has culminated to where we are today, and that is that we would like to conduct this in the way of the Sunnah, which is to gather together a shura and to look at the evidences and to then make a verdict and to say, well, is Brother Ziyad right, or is Brother Kenny right? And then this would help essentially, exonerate or make someone guilty. Just as a note here, the very quick thing is very easy. Is that this is no way like some Sharia court where someone's going to exercise judgment on Ziyad or Brother Kenny. This is simply just a process in which we determine if someone is telling the truth or not. And this is something that we learn from the prophetic Sunnah and that we apply. And it's for the benefit of the brothers involved. Each has their chance to present their case, including the one who is alleging and the one who is being, accused. And so that therefore we're able to determine what exactly the facts are based on the evidence that's provided, and then the judges will listen to that, and the panel will listen to that and decide, is it sufficient enough? Is there enough evidence to say that Brother Kenny did X, Y, and Z? And if so, then we can talk about what that would look like later. But or is it that there is insufficient evidence, and we can talk about what the consequences of that would be later as well, in terms of whether it could be just essentially acknowledging he's wrong, issuing an apology, maybe taking a step back from the dawah, things like this. It's nothing in terms of actual legal premise. Like we can't affect any legal law here. This is just simply a process of exonerating or someone, or finding someone to be guilty of a crime. With that being said, the way it's going to work here is that we're going to allow Ziyad some time here to join in, because ideally we'd like to have him present his case. I really don't know the details of it. Many brothers here don't know the details, or some do, but I am personally unfamiliar with the exact details of what happened. So if there are serious allegations that need to be brought forward, we'd like to hear them directly from him, and therefore we can be a judge of and to see if there's actually any merit to this. And then the idea would be that Kenny would then present his response after the accuser comes forward, because generally if someone's accusing somebody of something, they should first bring their evidences forward. Then the accused essentially has a chance to respond to the allegation with his evidences and his claims. But unfortunately, I don't know if Ziyad is here yet. We've given him a chance to join on. I think some other brothers as well have passed this on to him. I don't know if he cannot join in, or if he has refused to join in. I'm not sure. But in the absence of that, we'll have to use some of his own videos, I guess, from what his claims are. And then based on that, Kenny will then go ahead and respond. And then the judges in this case will just be listening. the whole time. This is not going to be a crossfire or back and forth. I'm not here to defend Ziyad or to defend Kenny. I'm here to listen, I think, as well as the other judges. And once both sides have presented their case, and unfortunately it have to be an absence for Ziyad if he does not come, then the judges will decide, what they feel is the case, is really truly the reality here. So with that being said, I just said, I just wanted to make that clear. Again, this is a chance for us to make a reconciliation. It's a chance for him to present his evidence. It's a chance for Brother Kenny to respond to this. And then it's a chance for us to arbitrate and see what the actual the facts are and what we should do. And all of this is in line with the Quran and Sunnah, with the Sunnah. And there is no legal implication. We're not calling on anyone to do anything regardless of what the verdict is. If anybody out there has something in their mind about, being a vigilante, put that out of your mind right now. This is just simply something we're doing to find out the truth of the matter. So in no way, shape, or form are we condoning any type of action to be taken. We condemn that. We don't wish you to think this is not what this is about. This is just simply about Brother Kenny being able to confront the allegations that were made against him, and for us to find a resolve in that. So with that being said, does anyone see Brother Ziyad in the comments? I have some mods in the comments in YouTube. If Brother Ziyad is here, please, we do need to post the link and to give it to him. If he's not here, then I guess Brother Kenny will have to start with the audio clip or the video clip of some of the allegations. So let's just wait and see if we have him. I don't think anyone in any of the mods have said he's coming or he's came or he's here in the audience. So unfortunately, we'll have to just begin, although we didn't want it to be this way. But these were the allegations that were made. We would have liked him to make them in person in front of all of us so that we can hear exactly what he means and ask him some clarifying questions. Because sometimes wordings can be complicated, and it would give us a chance to kind of have him explain what he exactly means. But I think he has waived that opportunity. So, Brother Kenny, should I just bring on the screen that?
Yeah, maybe let's give him a couple more minutes and just introduce the judges, inshallah. Sure. And we'll give him a couple more minutes. We want to allow him every opportunity to come and sit on the panel and produce his evidence against me, if he can do so.
Okay, no, fair enough. So there is Brother C.L. Edwards, who is known as Abu Yazid as well. Some of you may be familiar with him. There's Sister Nawal. She is also, I believe she had a story or her journey on Brother Kenny's channel as well. Some of you may be familiar with her. Brother Sanford, who regularly appears on Brother Kenny's stream. Then there's Jake, the Muslim metaphysician. I'm sure you guys are familiar with his channel. Inshallah, he has a few good debates and very well known. And we have Brother Kareem, who has also he's a da'i who also partakes on various rooms in Clubhouse as well too as making da'wah. We have Sister Dr. Yvonne Ridley, who I'm sure many of you are familiar with, given her journalism and just publicity. And then we have Brother Nizam, who is a apologist on behalf of the Muslims, and he's involved in polemics, Christian-Muslim polemics, and he's also here with us on the panel. We also had Dr. Khalil, but unfortunately he's been driving, and I think he was unable to get on again, but he might be joining shortly again. But Dr. Khalil of Kalamology, who some of you may be familiar with as well too. He has the YouTube channel Kalamology. And then it's me more from the Mad Mamluks and Sunnah Defense, and from my own channel, Muzzy Buzz. So I think that is everyone. Yes. All right, great.
And Brother Moore, can we clarify for the viewers that the only one that I've contacted personally is actually you. I asked you to host it because we were looking for a neutral platform, because there were complaints that Ziyad didn't want to come to any of the Consider This TV network shows in order to do it. So I chose a neutral platform. You're a fellow Muslim. In regards to Brother Sia Edwards being on the panel and Sister Nicole and well, brothers, they're the only ones that have any ties to Consider This TV at this point. But I did not ask them to be here. Let's clarify that. They're actually substituted for other judges that are not here for whatever reason they couldn't be here. But someone else contacted them. It wasn't me. If all the judges could clarify that that I have not asked you personally to be here, and also the implication that, by example, some people have referred to this as it's going to be a kangaroo court, suggesting that the judges that would be on the panel would be biased towards me. I don't want anyone to be biased towards me. I haven't asked anyone to be biased towards me, so I would like to make that clear that this has been done in a most fair way as possible. But to suggest that the panelists would not be sincere in their judgment is an insult against the very panelists that are here, the judges that are here, and that should be acknowledged, that it's an offense towards the judges themselves and implying that they're going to be somehow unjust towards Ziyad or even myself, depending on their judgment. And I think that's not fair to the judges themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, yeah, I mean, I have no idea what was going on exactly in terms of the exact details. I was just contacted to host it. I have no preference in this. I really don't know what the issue is here. I've known both of them, and I've interacted with both of them through Kenny's channel. And so I really, I couldn't tell you what the exact issues were. I was told literally a few days ago to host. And so I did think I would help out two brothers and do that and offer some, whatever assistance I could in that regard. So I can say on my behalf, I was only contacted by him to host. We didn't speak about the issues. He didn't present anything to me in private. I don't know of any evidences or anything like this. He just simply said this was going on and we wanted to host. And this was a couple of days ago. And that was actually the day that I made the stream, right when we agreed that I would just host it for the brothers. So I personally don't have any, any in-depth knowledge of this issue going on.
If anyone else, if any other panelists would like to make a clear statement about that, it's up to you. But I've contacted.
Yeah, I was not contacted by Brother Kenny. I was contacted by a third party asking if I would sit in on the panel and listen in and judge over what is being said from both parties. So I can attest to that. That's for sure.
Yeah, and I think most of the panelists are pretty busy. So
yeah,
I don't think we really would have known what was going on, and it's just we have a lot of things going on. So I can just say, and for those of you that are making an argument that there's a bias here, I don't know if I mean that can be your opinion. However, I know a few of the brothers here personally. We just don't know the situation at firsthand. We're just coming to know about this. So if you have your opinions, you can have your opinions. That's fine. But we're going to continue either way, regardless. We need to do this according to the Quran and Sunnah. And whether you like it or you don't like that, none of my business. And by the way, just a reminder before we get started, to the non-Muslims listening, your opinion on this matter means absolutely nothing. Zero. We don't come to you for arbitration. We don't care about your opinion about how we arbitrate anyways. If you want to use this as a entertainment for you guys, that's fine. But just remember, your opinion on this matter means absolutely nothing. What we care about is the opinion of Muslims, not someone outside of our fold. And so we don't really, you're welcome to listen, welcome to, to comment in the chat, but just know that it doesn't hold any bearing over us. We don't use you as a standard for us. So, and at the end of the day, regardless of what happens with Ziyad and Kenny, both of them are still our brothers, and we will resolve that internally. We will make a rectification between the brothers. We don't need some third party out there. even if that brother has made a mistake and he went to a third party that is not Muslim and went out to a different, by mistake or maybe through emotions, that's fine. We can resolve it internally. We don't want you to mistaken this for a fact that now it's an open door gate for you to attack any of the brothers simply because you're watching. You're privileged to watch this process and how we arbitrate in Islam, right? Where we're trying to be as fair as we can. So don't mistaken that for a sort of our weakness. Okay. Sister Nawal, I think you unmuted. Did you want to add something?
Just echoing what we've already heard, that, Brother Kenny didn't contact me, someone else did, and I know very little about what's going on. So, yeah.
Brother Nazim?
I think he did make whether you mean Jake, I think he did make that known already.
Okay.
I think Kareem, maybe you can make an issue statement on whether you knew about this or who contacted you. I think he's having a little bit of trouble there. We'll come back to him. But then Nizam, are you there? Unfortunately, I think you might be on mute there.
Dr. Ridley?
I don't know anything about this subject at all, and I was going to say looking forward to hearing it, but yeah, let's hear the details, and hopefully, inshallah, we'll resolve this Islamically and
Inshallah.
so that all
Inshallah.
parties are happy.
Inshallah. Brother Sanford, did you want to make a comment or about who invited you and your position here? Your participation here? Okay, I think he might be.
We'd lose a bunch of people.
Yeah, I think they might be on mute, not realizing they're on mute. But I think Brother Abu Yazid did unmute. So, did you want to make a comment about your presence here, Brother Abu Yazid?
No. I was invited by Sister Katerina. I am a part of Consider This TV network, but I haven't spoken on the issue. I've never made any disparaging comments about Ziyad on any videos. I didn't participate in the videos Kenny did. And I haven't been making videos about the issue on my own channel, simply for the fact that I wanted to be an impartial person when this particular Shurah Council that we're having will come up, because I was one of the people who suggested having a Shurah Council in the beginning, in order that the evidence from both sides could be put forward and people could make their own judgment. As far as, I haven't seen any Muslims say anything negative about this council. As far as the Christians, I'm not even sure why they even will want to watch this in the first place, because I wouldn't want to watch any of their if they had something like this, I wouldn't care and I wouldn't watch. But they seem to care and they want to watch, so whatever.
Jazakallah khair for that. Yeah, I think we have Muhammad always who joined in. Salam alaikum, Brother Muhammad. We're just kind of we got through some of the reasons as to why we're here today. We were just asking some of the panelists to just explain their participation today, whether they were contacted by Brother Kenny or not. Brother Kenny had mentioned that he has not contacted anyone directly except me to host. But other than that, to just kind of explain the presence here and just to kind of, so we have the appearance of fairness and non-bias. Brother Muhammad, always, are you there? Ooh. I'm sorry, brother. You're unfortunately you're lagging to us. So maybe we'll come back to you in a second. Yeah, unfortunately we cannot. Yeah, unfortunately, we cannot. Okay. He's going to rejoin in. Brother Khalil has returned. He is driving. He was kind enough to join us in this participation as well. Brother Khalil, in case you missed that, we were just kind of basically just giving the reasons why we're here. And Kenny had made it known that he did not contact anyone directly and personally to invite them to be a judge. They were contacted separately. And so we're just giving a chance for everyone to explain that and explain their participation today. So, Brother Khalil, did you want to add a couple things?
No, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm ready to get started, inshallah. So, look here. Sorry, I was out earlier, lost service on the highway.
All right, Jazakallah khair. Brother Nizam, I think you're back. Did you want to, I don't know if you were able to hear us earlier. Can you hear us? Are you audible right now? He might still be having some audio trouble.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome, brother.
Yeah, I say, Jazakallah. I say assalamu alaikum to all of the brother in the panel.
Wa alaikum salam, brother.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi
Salam wa barakatuh.
Yeah. Yes, brother.
Yeah, we were just asking. Brother Kenny just mentioned that he did not invite anybody personally, and just that he was contact anyone. People were contacted separately to join as judges. So we just wanted to confirm that with you to make sure that was the truth, and for you to explain your presence here today.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, I got the link from a sister, and through that contact, I just got into here.
All right, Jazakallah khair. I think we've given enough time for Brother Ziyad to come. People are posting in the comments that they have attempted to post this on his videos and to message him with the link. It seems to me that he is unavailable to join today and now. So with that being said, unfortunately, we're going to have to begin it just because we've been advertising this for a few days and actually for a month now almost, I believe, on Kenny's personal channel as far as the date.
Sorry to say, sorry if I interrupt you, but I want to say one thing that I'm not going to use the word brother before Ziyad's name, because that guy, he has joined mushriks. So he, according to me, is munafiq. So I'm not going to use the name brother before his name. Okay, so I will just simply be calling him Ziyad.
That's fine, Muhammad. You can do it. Yeah, 1 second, brother. I don't want to get into the issue of pronunciations here. You can let the audience decide that later on. We simply are want to deal with the facts here. We don't want to be biased. I mean, your opinions of him are your opinions. We're here to look at the facts. Yeah, so let's just reserve that for a later time. If you want to discuss what category he falls into, we can, that can be done at a later time. But simply here, I think we're just going to just kind of look at what is, what the reality and the facts are here. So let's try to stay away from any of the personal attacks or the ad hominems, or just so that we don't want to have that done here. But sure. So with that being said, brother Kenny, I think we're going to go ahead and bring in, since Brother Ziyad was not able to come on, we're going to have to, I guess, go to the stream or the audio. Is that what it is? Should I add this?
Video.
Yeah, the video. Okay, I'll go ahead and, go and mute now. And I think you have the controls here to play this.
Okay, so whenever you're ready, I'll start playing it, brother.
I believe, I think it's up there on the screen if you can see it.
Okay, so this is Ziyad in his own words, and so we'll let him speak through this video in regards to his accusations against me. So we'll just listen, and it should be about 11 minutes, and we'll leave it at that, and then I'll come and respond, inshallah.
Number one, because he was bullying me and I got angry at him. Mm-hmm. And number two, I made it to prove a point that this person has lost all credibility and that he is a known liar. And I have caught him lying on each and every time I have seen him online. Because Kenny Bomer loves to twist things. I don't know if you've noticed that. You have to take a step back, think outside the box, and see who's telling the truth and who's not. Kenny Bomer loves to twist things, and that's a sickness. That's a sickness. All the things that I discovered about the fire, number one, he lied on the date. It might have been a typo. It might have been a typo. But if it were a typo, then why did he make multiple posts? Of course, he's deleted some of them. He's deleted some of them. Why did he make multiple posts saying exactly the same thing, writing different things, but coincidentally, he said Wednesday, the 1st of January. Go back to the calendar and see when January begins. Actually, let's do it right now. I'm opening the calendar and going back. February. January begins on a Friday. The 1st of January is a Friday, not Wednesday. I'll tell you what happened, and I researched this in the area. Around 170 and 8th, 170 and 8th, notice, 170 and 8th, go look at the map in Nixon, in that area. 170 and 8th, there was a fire. There was indeed a fire, which took place. Many people died in that fire, but two people escaped with injuries, with bad burns on their skins. 2 males. You know what Kenny Bomer did? He simply twisted the turn and said, it's a chance. Let's up my GoFundMe. Let's go make a GoFundMe. Now, ironically, the things that he posted, I don't know if you've seen them on your Discord, are contradictory. He took my word from the previous video that I made, 170, and he said 170 and 10th. Go look at the map. 170 and 10th are nowhere close. Nowhere close. There's East 10th, and there's South Parker Avenue, the middle lane, and there's North Parker Avenue. If you go 1.5 kilometers upwards, then you reach the 10th, and then you have to turn to the right, and at some point it reaches 173. He said 170 and 10th. It's like me telling you, no, I don't know how to correlate this. Let's say, for example, there's a huge city, and there's part of a county of the city, and there are 2 roads, like let's say, and he said something which incriminates him even more, and now he's in a very, very bad position. You know why? He said, I will make sure that Ziyad Karam has a copy of that fire report. He hasn't sent me anything. My email is open. He hasn't sent me. You know why he hasn't sent me anything? Wait, stop. Do you know why he hasn't sent me anything?
Not aware.
Because I will detect the fabrication, the what do you call it? Not another word for fabrication. I'm trying to remember. The forgery. I will detect the forgery. You know what my job was before I started this job? You know what my job was?
No, I don't know. No.
I was working as a professor in language centers.
Mm-hmm.
And in colleges. I was a professor for 15 years. And one of my jobs was to help the authorities discover fabricated forgeries of diplomas. One of my jobs. Because I was cooperating with the police. And I can tell a forgery. And Kenny's Bomer is such a forgery that he won't dare send it to me, number one. Number 2, it's a bad forgery. Very bad forgery, very badly made. Made by simple computer graphics. I saw it on screen and I laughed. I laughed my ass off. I have a question.
Yeah, but
I have blocked Kenneth Kent Kenny Bomer. Sorry for saying it like that, but you have to. There's a reason why I'm saying it like that. I have blocked him on everywhere except my Yahoo account. I've blocked him on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
I think I blocked him. I'm not sure. Have I blocked him on Twitter? I have to check. I have blocked him on Facebook and I blocked him on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
If I had blocked him on Yahoo, then why did I receive 2 emails on both of my email accounts, which he is aware of? So, and furthermore, Why does a person who allegedly makes 23,744 United States dollars per month, why does he need donations for water wells? And why does he need donations for a fire which allegedly burnt down his ex-wife's and his son's house? Can't he help them get a rent and they could pay him back for the sake of his son? Another point. Why did his son, and this is a very good point, and it's on my videos, you can watch them. Why did his son immediately respond to me without even asking, excuse me, who are you? Do I know you? Are we acquainted? Do we have any mutual friends, etc., etc.? When a total stranger talks to you over social media, and Ahmed, please correct me if I'm wrong. What's the first thing that we say? You've never, let's suppose that you've never met me ever in your life, Ahmed, and suddenly I send you a message on Facebook. How will you reply?
Yeah, I would ask
his son was prepared. His son was prepared. He had prepared his son. He had told him, listen, this guy's going to contact you at some point. If he does, tell him right away, yes, the fire happened, etc., etc., etc. That's not how you respond to a total stranger. The first thing you say is like, excuse me, do I know you? Or at least, hi, do I know you? Hello, do I know you? Do you know me? Are we acquainted in any way? Something. You have to say something. You don't just say, oh, yes, it happened and it's true and this and that. That's point number one. Point number two, I'm talking about his son. Point number two, if you have taken a video of a fire which had allegedly destroyed your home, then why is that video on mute, number one? Number two, why is it only 3 seconds? Number three, why doesn't it show a location? Number four, why doesn't it show the actual fire? Number five, the best part.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let's put you, hypothetically, let's put you in that position, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let's suppose that, of course, may Allah keep your family safe. I'm not saying, I mean, Rabbil Alameen.
Yeah.
But suppose that this already happened to you, okay? And your house got burned down. You have taken a video, which is the original video on your phone, okay? Fair enough?
Yes.
Good. At some point, your father is accused of making a fake GoFundMe. So you send a message to your son, to you. He sends you a message, and you send the original video to your father. Your father makes it slightly better. He edits it a little bit to make it seem even better, to put it on a video as defense. So far, so good? So far, so good. Later on, when I contact you asking for evidence, what do you send me? Logically, you send me the original video, right? Why would you send me?
Correct, yes.
Why would you send me the edited video that your father showed? Why would you send me? Unless it's not the original video, it's the edited video which was originally edited by your father. Because your father and him, Kenneth Wayne Bomer, and him and his ex-wife, they're probably all, as he uses the word, in cahoots in order to scam people for money. That's what I believe. I really believe that. Why would you send me the edited video since you have the original? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. It does.
Just think about it for a second. See, this is the problem that people have. They don't listen to me. And I'd say this to everyone. Listen to me, take a few steps outside, think outside the box, listen to the other side also, to be fair. Listen to the other side, listen to me, listen to the logic, and see who is lying and who is not. Who's showing evidence, who is not. I challenge Kenneth Wayne Bomer to send me all the alleged evidence that he has, and I assure you, 99%, I'm saying 99 because there's 1% chance I could be wrong, 99% I will expose his forgery. And I already know the reason why, but he doesn't know. He trapped himself, he buried himself when he showed those glimpses of that report. because I already recognize the forgery, and I know from three elements, which I'm not going to reveal now. 3 elements I know how to recognize forgeries. It's a forgery, but I'm giving a 1% chance for the benefit of the doubt. 1%. Kenneth Wayne Bomer is not welcome in any way, shape, or form in my life, in any way, shape, or form from now on. For me, it's finished. I challenge him to send me to my email those fire reports exactly as he showed them, because he already buried himself with those forgeries, and I will prove that it's a forgery. If he wants to move on, not under his terms. I'm in another country. I'm free to do whatever he wants, whatever I want. It's finished.
Also, brother,
that's my final message to him.
Okay, brother Kenny, that was the entire. So I just see that brother brother Ziyad has joined in the chat. I would like to, let me just pull this off of the screen as well. Okay, all right, we can do it this way. Wonderful. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Okay, so I think we do see brother Ziyad in chat. I think he did say that he's at work, so he's unfortunately unavailable to join in. What I'm willing to do, though, is if you are unable to join in the interest of trying to keep this as fair as we can, whether Ziyad or Beholder Guard, I will be on the lookout for your text in the comment section so that we can see if there's anything else that you want to add, or maybe to clarify, or to substantiate if that is possible. I'm trying my best here to accommodate.
And furthermore, brother, let's do it. Let's do him a step further. If he's truly at work, for one, he does a delivery service, so he can really stop at any time. He operates off an app, so he's just making an excuse. But let's do this. Let's take it a step further, inshallah. If the judges are willing to come back, I'm willing to stop and find out what time that he gets off work, and we can reset another stream, and we can do it again. We can do it again. I'd rather him come to the stream. I want him to come to the stream, and that's what I've been saying this whole time. So let's not make excuses. Let's allow him the opportunity to find out what time he gets off work, and let's make truth made clear from falsehood, inshallah.
So I would agree with that. I mean, if if it's okay with the other mods, I would prefer. I mean, if I am, to be judging something, I would like to have him on live so that we can essentially, ask him follow-up questions. Did you actually mean this? Did you mean that? What were you intending when you said this? Those are important, I believe. If you're going to be fair in terms of understanding, because people can say things in a moment of rage or upset, they can say things. So what was the intention behind it? I'd love to be able to break that down and have him explain in his own words what he meant. And so, brother Beholder Guard Ziyad, if you're there in the text and you're hearing this, if there's an alternative time that works for you, whether it's an hour or 2 hours, maybe it's tomorrow, something where we can hear your side, I think that would be a better way that we could actually come to an agreement or an arbitration and decide once and for all, are you telling the truth, or is brother Kenny telling the truth, right? And I think that is something that would be better and also in your interest. I don't know if you are hearing this or if you're available to do that, and if you can give a confirmation, through text in the comment section. But I think that would be the better option here.
Brother Morton, even better yet, let him, if he's got time to look in the chat, make a couple of comments here and there. It would only take him a second to click on the link, come and present his face, because it could be someone as an imposter presenting their name as though it's Ziyad. It may not be Ziyad at all. But if in fact it is Ziyad, which they've got his, it probably is because it's got his logo. So listen, okay, is he saying I can be home a half an hour? Inshallah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah,
I'd rather do that.
Let me just also clarify something. Will you be available in a half an hour after you're home? Are you able to join in? And right now it's about 3:13 Central Time. So that would mean roughly about 3:45 Central Time you would be home. Is that something that you can join in 30 minutes? No problem, Beholder God. I understand that you're upset and you think that there's Kenny's been doing something, and I get that you have evidence that you say you do. But what I'm focused on right now, brother Ziyad, is will you be able to join in 30 minutes? Because I don't want one thing I don't want to do is waste the time of the panelists. Right? It's late for some people, especially out in the UK, in other parts of the world. I want to make sure that that we can delay for 30 minutes so that we don't waste anyone else's time. If you are going to come in 30 minutes and you're available, inshallah, then I have no problem pausing the stream or reconvening in 30 minutes.
Inshallah, I would love for that to happen.
Is he still typing in the chat right now? Just because I can't see it.
Yeah, he is. Beholder Guard is his name. He just said my most recent challenge to KB, stop lying, and a bunch of smiley faces. But I'm trying to get an answer to see maybe if he can agree that in 30 minutes.
That's if that's even him, brother. We've had these shenanigans happen before.
He's saying that let KB send me the fire report first. But brother, I think if we're gonna be fair here,
I don't know him anything. He's made these accusations.
Yeah, 1 second, Kenny. 1 second here. Brother Beholder God, I think to be fair, if you are making accusations and I want to give you a chance to get your words out, I think it's only fair that you come on and present your challenges first, your allegations first, and then we can then demand evidence and proof from Brother Kenny, right? But the evidence, we need to be exactly clear on what you are actually accusing him of doing, and then based on that, then we can say, okay, now Kenny, can you produce evidence to refute what he's doing? Okay, he said, yep, a half an hour from now. So that's what he said. It's 3:15 Central Time right now. That would mean at 3:45 Central Time, Brother Ziyad is going to be available. So what I would like to do now is if the brother that was in contact with him, I will create this stream, and I will essentially pass the link on, and I want that. I hope you can get that from them, or if you want to provide.
Muzzy, can I make a request, brother?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, he's typing in the chat. Can he just come on for a second just to say, I'll be here in 30 minutes so we can confirm it's him? Because, I mean, I don't want to waste, forget about me, but I don't want to waste people's time if this is just a troll in the chat and then, we create a whole new stream and it's another song and dance and 30 minutes goes by and he never shows up. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
absolutely. So what we can do
I
is...
think it's reasonable for him to pop on and just say, hey, I'm Ziyad. I'll be there in 30 minutes. I don't see why you can't do that.
Yeah, but Ziyad, could you jump on? If you don't have a link, let us know. Just jump on for 10 seconds. Just say, hey, it's me, Ziyad. Assalamu alaikum. I'm agreeing to come on in 30 minutes. So that way we know it's not some troll, someone out there who's trying to derail just what we're doing and waste our time. I think it should be a fair thing to do. It's like a 30-second phone call, pretty much. Say, hey, I'm checking in. We're going to be here. So, Brother Ziyad, would you be able to do that? And what I can do is actually I can go ahead and put the link. I have nothing to hide. I can post it right here in the chat. And you can just click it right from your phone, right where you're clicking in right now. It should be 1, 2, 3, just a quick jump on. Hey, me, 30 minutes. I'll be home after I eat. And got to go.
He's had no problem taking time out to make numerous videos, about 20 of them in the last 2 months. So he shouldn't have a problem taking 20 seconds to prove that that's him, if in fact that is him. I think it would be doing everyone a proper service by proving that it is you, in fact it is you.
Yeah, I do think Jake made a good point. I don't think we should postpone until he can come on and just verify it's him. Because this might happen 30 minutes from now as well, right?
And I do want Kenny, because we just heard Ziyad's video anyway, what he had to say, and I do want to hear what Brother Kenny has to say.
Yeah, that'll give him time to rebut. He can come on and rebuttal if he like after the fact. So I agree that we should probably just proceed. And if it's him in 30 minutes, he can come on and we can rock and roll with it.
Well, if you want to do that, Muzzy, you're run the show, but I'm just simply saying that, if he's able to text in the chat, I don't see why he can't come on and just confirm it's him, and then we can say okay and put a
Somebody's
pause on
saying
it.
it's not him, it's a troll. So
Well, that's what I'm saying. I honestly,
Yeah.
brother, I don't want to get conspiracy theorists on you guys, but it could very well be somebody who's purposely trying to just, you know,
oh, he's
throw
here.
a
I
wrench in
think
the
I think
whole
it's him,
process.
brother. I know how
Yeah,
he
I'm gonna need
talks.
to move someone down from the audience. So hold on, let me just get him in. All right, salam alaikum, brother Ziyad. That's you. Okay.
Okay,
So
Tim.
you
Good.
all right, so 30 minutes, inshallah. Oh, we can't hear you right now. There we go.
As I said, I'm getting food and I'm going home.
Good.
And I'm gonna expose this liar, this munafiq, all right?
Okay,
For the things
let's
that he
wait
said
on
about
the
me.
name calling,
This
brother.
slanderer.
Okay, you no
Okay?
problem. We
Why,
just
why
want to
don't you come after 30 minutes?
Yeah, he's coming. He's
Yeah,
coming.
I
He
will
said
come
he's
after
gonna
30 minutes, slanders, okay?
yeah,
And
yeah,
jazakallah khair.
No
Thank
problem,
God
we are
that
waiting.
the
Now
Muhammad,
you
your
can go.
wait,
thank
Why
God
are
that
Muhammad,
you
you
expose
accusing
yourself,
him?
Kenny Bomer,
Brother
with your
Muhammad,
council of
Brother Muhammad,
clowns.
Muhammad.
wait, guys, I have
Good.
one to mute. 1 second, guys.
Yeah.
I just wanted him to come on to show
Sure.
his face so that we know it's him. We don't want to get in the tit for tat. We're not children here, right? I told him not to make accusations, just like I told other people. Let's just be calm and civil about it. He's getting his food, so inshallah, in 30 minutes, he's going to be online. And we need to make sure he gets the link so he has opportunities to join the stream. So how do you guys want to do this? Should I just leave the stream running while I just while we just dedock everybody and just kind of wait and just put some message up that in 30 minutes we begin, or do you want me to end the stream? How do you want to do this?
I mean,
guys?
I think that's probably better, just because so you don't have to everybody reshare the link, and
Right.
you just can keep it flowing.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
probably put up a post.
And I just want to say one thing, because I mean, obviously, the way he came on is it might get a bit heated, but Brother Muhammad, my concern is, you seem a bit
biased.
emotional about it, which I
agree.
understand, but we've got to be as objective as we can, listen to both sides, and decide justly.
This isn't going to be back and forth between judges. It's the judges against me. Matter of fact, I'm going to be backstage when Ziyad comes on. I'm going to we want him we want to allow him every opportunity to speak and say what he wants to say. I'll be backstage, and when I come on, he can. Matter of fact, Ziyad can stay on stage when I come on. Actually,
I just don't want it to be a tit with tat with Brother Muhammad and his guy.
I will apologize for that, but the thing is that he was acting. He is actually a munafiq, but he's calling Brother Kenny munafiq.
Brother, but
that thing was unbearable for me.
Yeah, Brother Muhammad,
Brother
that's fine.
Muhammad.
Thank you, brother. But let's just leave it at that. We want to be objective. We want to be unbiased.
Inshallah.
So let's not. We're not. I mean, no one's going to be challenging Ziyad. We're going to let him speak and let him.
Do you guys allow the audience or one of us to ask question to Brother Kenny and Ziyad?
Yes,
that's going to be afterwards.
Yes, after both sides.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, 1 second. Let me moderate. So I think if you, I mean, and I'm going to be honest and fair here, okay? Akhi Muhammad, I understand you're upset, but in from what I can tell, I just don't see that you could be an unbiased judge in this case, right? You're clearly calling a munafiq and you're saying things. I don't think that you should, like, I mean, I get it. It's an emotional thing, but we need to make sure that we remain unbiased. So what we're going to do is when Ziyad comes on, we're going to actually just have everyone dedock. I mean, you're going to be listening to the argument, because no one needs to interject. This is not a courtroom. You just need to listen to what he says, and then we're going to give him his time, and then we're going to allow Brother Kenny to make his time alone on the stage as well too, because we don't want people to interrupt each other. We don't want to be sidetracked by what the argument is here. And so in the interest, our job here is to only listen to what is being said and then make our assessment based on that. If you have preconceived notions, then you need to, step away from it now and just kind of just be an observer and listener and not a participant.
No, actually, that I was thinking that I'm just a listener here. So I was thinking that there are only 2 to 3 judges who, like I was saying, it was Paul and other was.
Yeah, that's fine. If you weren't even expecting to be a judge, and given what has just transpired, I actually don't think that you should have any place in the judgment. That's just my honest opinion.
Yeah, exactly. You're absolutely right. Because I just want to talk about something about Ziyad and also want to ask
Okay, well,
something from him.
you can.
So
Okay,
I
brother,
think,
this is not the place to do it. So you can do that later. But thank you for
yeah, inshallah,
yeah.
inshallah.
Inshallah.
Sorry if I made any interruption between you guys. So I'm gonna leave the stream right
No,
now.
it's
But
fine,
inshallah,
brother.
I
We
will later.
understand. We
Yeah,
understand. We
Jazakallah,
just want to be as
Jazakallah.
fair as possible, because look,
Inshallah,
whatever the truth is, it'll be clear to the audience, and we just got to let it
inshallah,
happen.
inshallah.
Yeah, inshallah.
Okay, okay. Jazakallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Okay, so I'm just gonna put something up on just put something real quickly just so we can say we'll be returning in 30 minutes and kind of just hold on. So I can just let everybody know that we're waiting for Brother Ziyad. Needs to come back in. Let me just put this up here. Okay. So I'm going to put this up on the screen just so that we can have enough time and everyone who joins in will leave the stream running. And what we're going to do is we're going to allow essentially people to remain in the stream. That way, you know, we don't have to recreate everything and so forth and so on. So let me just go ahead and put this up here. All right, great.
Now, Muzzy, what's the plan for when he comes back? He's going to go first and maybe expand on some things he said and clarify it, and then Kenny will have his chance to respond in full afterwards. Is that right?
Yeah.
Because he might want to clarify some things that he said in the video or add anything that wasn't there
Right, and
before
that's what we're
Kenny
saying.
speaks.
Yeah, we'll let him speak and let him take his time and let him bring every bit of evidence that he's got. Tell him to bring let him have all the platform that he needs. Take his time, give everything he wants to bring, and then I'll respond to it, inshallah.
Okay,
Inshallah.
that sounds good, brother.
Yeah, I think that's probably the a good idea.
Okay.
All right, I'm just putting up a I'm going to put up an image right here that we can actually use, and then we can kind of okay. Let me see here if I can just get this in the image here. So I'm going to start moving some brothers down into the or you guys can stay up here, doesn't matter. I'm going to go ahead and put something up here that can be one second here, brothers. Okay. I need to add an overlay. I think that's how it works. Sorry guys, I'm kind of I'm not really tech savvy, but I try to do what I can do.
Come on, Muzz. You've been doing this for a minute.
All right, there you go. Does that look well? All right. I think that's good enough for
MashaAllah.
now. All right. Alhamdulillah. So I'm going to be on mute for a little bit, guys. I'll be here. Anyone's willing to, if you want to undock, you can undock or you can stay on mute. But this screen will be up there. So in case your camera's on, no one will be watching you. So, but you may want to just mute your mic in case there's some feedback or you don't want anyone to hear the additional audio. To everybody in the audience, in the text, to stay tuned. I will be coming periodically and just to double check. But I know this is not how we planned it to be. But in 30 minutes, we're going to resume when Brother Ziyad does get the link. And then we're going to start with him, inshallah. So just stay tuned. Get yourself a drink, get some food. Make sure you pray your salah. And by the way, to anyone in the audience, to my moderators as well, don't let the audience turn into a circus. We're not here to throw insults and hurl insults. We're better than that. We don't need to do act like that. We're not animals. We're not uncivilized people. We have mannerisms and respect, and we can maintain that. We can be cordial no matter what side you're on. No need to resort to childish behavior. But with that being said, stay tuned, and inshallah, I will be back, and I'll see all the panelists back very soon, inshallah. Okay, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I think we have Brother Ziyad that has joined in. Let me just move some of the panelists down to the audience so we can remove from stream. Okay. And then Sister Nawal, I'm just moving you down for a second so we can bring this up here. All right, Brother Kenny, I'm also going to be moving you down, inshallah, so I can bring up Brother Ziyad. Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Okay, so
How you doing, Akhi?
Alhamdulillah, I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Great, fantastic.
Okay, alhamdulillah.
I just got back from work. I ate and I drank. I'm good.
Alhamdulillah, no problem. I just wanted to give some of the people tuning in here just a brief recap. So there's been this whole thing going on. I'm not too aware of everything that's happening. I was just made to have a Shurah Council here and host it. But there was some allegations made and regarding a fire that took place.
I can give you all the timeline. I have written it all down, all of it.
Sure. I'm going to just essentially recap for the audience. And then there was a video played because I think that we were expecting you to join in, but I think you were a little bit late. So a video was played. And so that was regarding the conversation, what we were speaking about. But it's important that you came so that therefore you can actually give your side of it live. Therefore, if there's any clarifications needed, that we were able to then have those questions asked.
Let me point on something that was written right now in the private chat. Mr. KB, your judges are not accepted. Not to me, okay? Because one of them is an angry individual who mocks everyone and he curses the Christians when he debates them. The other is a homosexual.
Okay. Wait, one second,
That's
guys.
very embarrassing. Very embarrassing.
I don't want to get into this. Is what I don't want to happen.
And the others have been coerced. I have gotten news.
1 second, brother Ziyad. 1 second.
I'm exposing him. The others have been bribed.
Brother Ziyad,
the only
1 second.
person I respect is you, and Sister Yvonne Ridley. And there's a reason why I respect her. I'll tell you the reason, inshallah.
But I just want you to understand something. I understand you may have some personal drama or issues with individuals on here. What I don't want to happen is this turn into an ad hominem attack. This is not something that we are.
The guy admits it.
Yeah,
go to my videos. Go to my latest videos. I put a link in the description. And he admits it at least on 2 videos. He admits it. And you want to call him to the Shurah Council? Are you serious?
Just give me a second here.
What
we need to do is this. We're here to speak about a certain issue. Yeah. And what we're here to do is, I don't want to get involved with other people. Whether you accept people who are there, allow me to complete. Yeah. What I'm saying is that around, regardless of what your issues with other people are at this moment, what we're here to do is try to hear your side of this with regards to the fire and the issue with Kenny Bomer and misappropriation of funds. Right. This is what we're here to listen to. What I want to do is I want to be able to give you a chance to speak directly about that. And other issues we can discuss at a later point where, as far as...
We also have to discuss some of the background because the background is important. Because the background brings us to today.
The background in terms of what? Meaning that other people around him?
Regarding the character of this person. Regarding the character. You know what's the irony? The irony? He keeps saying, quote, the consistency of a man defines who he is. Well, you've been consistently lying for 2 months, Kenny Bomer. Hello? And I can prove it.
So what we need, but this is what the whole point is that I don't want to worry about somebody else in the panel in the background. What we're here to focus on is the allegations that are being brought. And I think these are serious allegations, so we have to consider them. So with that being said, I want to I'm going to moderate this in a way where I don't want to be diverted from the main subject, which is the fire, the issue of the fire and the misappropriation of funds, the fire being used to take money and then use that not for what it's intended, meaning there was a well project or other things like this that were where in which money was collected and it was basically used for sadaqah and for charity. And if it was not used based on this, or also the issue of the fire, meaning collected for his, I believe, for his family, If money was not being used for that case, and there is evidence of this, that's what we need to hear about.
You
So,
mentioned the magic word, case. Now let me give you a very quick case closed. Very quick, very fast.
so before we get there, I'm just going to turn it over to you now, because I don't want to be talking too much here. This is mainly for you to present your side. I just want to remind you that we're sticking with the issue of the fire and the allegations made about misappropriation of funds. But that being said, I'm going to allow you to speak.
You want me to close the case in one sentence?
Well, I mean, you're gonna have your time. You're gonna have your time to speak. I'm not here to arbitrate. I'm here to moderate. So you'll have your time. Take your time to present what you want to do. All the evidences that you have, whether it's a timeline, whether it's evidence that you have that will that you will support your claim. Now is your chance to do that, so that the world or people in the audience and the Shurah Council can see the evidences we're speaking about, and then we can kind of work our way from that point. So I'll give it over to you, and you can make your case, inshallah.
Okay, you want some? Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Would you like some background first? Very quickly.
I mean, however you choose to present the case. You're the one making the allegations, so people here are not familiar. I'm not familiar with anything. So if you explain this to me,
allegations, they're facts. Okay, so let's begin. I went on a stream about 2 months ago. I can't remember. Was it 2 months ago? 2 months and something, maybe. Okay, and because I'm very passionate with the language, and Kenny Bomer admitted that multiple times, in private and in public, I made a comment. We lost it, brother.
No, I'm here. I'm just making you the center of it, so they can.
Okay. I made a comment about the way our Turkish brothers and sisters in Islam pronounce and write a few things. The way I said it was horrible. It was horrible. The way I said it, not the fact that they say it. The very next day, I made a video proving the fact and proving why I said it. So the guy who was hosting that stream, our brother Charles Doyle, made a video about it. He made a video. It was also uploaded on, KB's video. I DMCA'd Charles' video. I think you know what DMCA means. For those who don't know, is when you send a report and YouTube brings it down. That's what it means in basic terms. Because I do not allow anyone to upload my videos without my permission. Anyone, even if it's a Muslim, I don't care. Okay. So, and out of respect for Kenny at that time, I tell him, please bring it down. Please delete it. It's like, okay, I deleted it, and then I discovered they didn't delete it. He put it on private. Later on, he says in his stream, and I have proof for everything that I say. He says, I did delete it, and I how did he say it? I wish I hadn't deleted it. That's a lie. The video is still on your channel, Kenny Bomer. You're such a liar. You're such a liar. So that's lie number one. Okay? Anyway, I do the follow-up video, and then they make a stream about me, even though I had went to Cover 5th channel and I made a 3+ minute apology. 3+ minute apology to our brothers and sisters in Turkey. Not only did I do that, but I also showed them that I'm learning Turkish. This is a very old notebook. Point number one, you do not make a 3+ minute apology if you're not sincere. And Kenny Bomer admitted that he was sincere right then and there and in private. And number two, you do not buy an entire Turkish series. You do not buy an entire Turkish... Sorry, I'm holding it upside down. An entire Turkish series. All right? So stop slandering me, Mr. Kenny Bomer, Mr. Liar. You're the biggest liar I've met in my life, at least in the Muslim side. Okay? Stop slandering me and saying that it was a racist comment. It was not a racist comment. Okay? I'm passionate about the language, and you admitted that, and I have you recorded saying that. And in my epic video, if you don't apologize to me, I'm going to expose you badly. Badly. Okay? So stop saying that. That really pisses me off. So, Charles makes a stream about me, I DMCA it, etc., etc. After I DMCA it, he makes a 3-hour stream in which Katarina goes and she makes things worse. I was sleeping during the time, and Kenny Bomer wakes me up and tells me, go to Charles' video and make, because it's happening at that moment, and says, and here's the funny part, I should apologize again, which I found ridiculous. So I went and I watched the entire stream while taking notes. I decided to research Charles and Kenny Bomer as a precaution because I was fed up of this I have nothing to do with it fake attitude. And I knew that he had created the affiliate channels and he convinced others to do his bidding just to attack people whom he had promised not to attack. Hassamo, Eric, etc. That's what he does. Okay? This guy's a munafiq. He's a hypocrite. And I'm saying straight in his face. No. Kenny Bomer keeps nagging me to make the second apology, but instead I took some time off and I did my research on both of them, Charles and Kenny Bomer. The thing with Charles is over now because he's a gentleman and he deleted everything after that. I'm going to get to that. Okay, I make my video against Charles and Katarina. Notice the timeline. I make my video against Charles and Katarina, and ironically, people who are watching and people who know the story read the description written below in this stream itself. You see how Kenny Bomer is lying again. You're exposed, Kenny Bomer, for your lies. So I make the video. That's my first video against Charles and Katarina. I mention Kenny Bomer's lie about the video that he never deleted and his hypocrisy regarding the I have nothing to do with it rhetoric. Yet he gets others to do his bidding for him. Kenny Bomer becomes furious when it was about Charles and Katarina. He doesn't have a problem. But when you go anywhere near his ego, he goes crazy. So he starts harassing me, and he keeps calling me on Messenger and sending me messages. At some point, I tell him, stop calling me because I'm busy. He misinterprets that because he does that. He loves to do that, my words. And he says, I was suggesting that I work and he doesn't, which is, I never said that, okay? I never implied that. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I
Okay.
guess one of my things I'm just trying to figure out what this has to do with the fire, though, and like the.
I'm getting to the fire. I'm getting there.
Yeah,
I tell him to get off my back, and he starts sending me these screenshots of his alleged income, and then he tells me that he's a better man than me because he makes way more money than me, and I still have the evidence. So I respond with, "Yet you need donations for your water wells," and I died laughing. Once he realized this tragic mistake, because he slipped, basically, he started sending me the death threats via voice message. And the least thing that he said, I'm going to take off my belt and beat you with it. But before that, he said, he really did do a death threat. And he also said he's my daddy because he fed me. A few minutes after he sends those messages, he starts deleting everything. But it was too late. I had already taken screenshots of the conversation. So I decide to expose him, and I make my original video in which in some of those videos, I also mentioned the date. Kenny Bomer lied about the timeline again. So he responds with his, according to my belief, his lies, his fabrications, images, 3-second edited video without sound, without location, without anything, without confirmation. I contact his son to confirm, and his son immediately responds without even asking, like, who are you? Do I know you? Are we acquainted? Etc., etc. See, I got into the fire. And he even sends me the edited video, not the original. Kenny Bomer makes video after video, and I respond and I expose each and every lie. At some point during a video, KB coincidentally gets a phone call, allegedly from Connie's new husband. But if you listen to the voice carefully, it sounds a lot like Marshall Gregory, pretending to be Connie's new husband. And coincidentally, Kenny Bomer didn't mute his mic, although he always mutes his mic when he gets a call. Always. Now, ironically, this guy told Kenny Bomer, not me, make sure that he gives me his number, that Kenny Bomer gives me his number, which of course never happened and never will. On the same call, his ex-wife, was it really his ex-wife? We don't know that, says that she is going to the fire station. Now, notice this. Point number one, she's going to the fire station. She's driving. But she's in absolute silence. Go and listen to the call if you don't believe me. Absolute silence. Nothing can be heard. No honking of cars. Nothing. She's going to the fire station, but like 2 minutes later, she says she's at the fire station. That's an epic fail. Epic fail. The best part is that if you pay close attention, nothing is heard. Nothing. Absolute silence. So I make more videos exposing all of these lies, but at that time I hadn't noticed this guy who called was actually Marshall Gregory, one of his one of his closest friends. Jamal Dessouki calls me a hypocrite and said that I use the F word in all of my videos. He said that in all of my videos, and that people should denounce me and report all of my videos, since none of my videos are for da'wah. KB also said, that's a lie, by the way, and you can easily disprove it if you go to my channel and see the videos prior to this situation, to be fair. Kenny Bomer also said that another lie I'm exposing, because this guy is a consistent liar. Kenny Bomer said that the only dawah I ever did was when I was on his platform. That is utterly ridiculous. I've been making dawah on YouTube since 2008. But at some point, I decided that my old videos are not good, so I deleted some of them. But I still have videos that go way, way, way back. So, he starts his Shurah Council challenge, saying that he will produce the fire report, he will make sure that I get a copy. He even tries to suggest that we should get a famous personalities. Sheikh Othman, Shabir Ali, Bilal Fib, Dr. Bilal. These are his words. And that the Shurah Council will be broadcast on all the affiliate, his words. And make some ridiculous demands of me giving his family 4,220 United States dollars. Where does Sharia say that? And deleting my channel. Delete my channel? Are you serious? Is this the dawah that you want to make? Now, during all this time, my face was swelling and I was in pain during the time all these videos were going around, and it was getting worse and worse and worse. On the day, and this is another lie that I'm going to expose, that the Tash incident happened, I decided to end the dispute. I had 10% doubt at that moment, at that time. 10% doubt that my findings could be misleading me. So, first I delete all the videos, but I kept a copy because I know that Kenny Bomer might do some funny business. He might backstab me, and subhanAllah, I was right. Just like he did with Hassamo and Eric. Because when you make a pact, because he went to Hassamo Shamoun to ask protection from Eric, yet he calls me an apostate. Shame on you, you lying hypocrite. So, I delete the videos first, but I keep a copy of them in case he backstabs me. And he did. We all know that. I go and I make a quadruple sincere apology. And my words were exactly, quote, I would like to make an honest, sincere, extensive, irrevocable apology. And later on, when that atheist woman who mocks Islam, by the way, if you go to her Facebook profile, you will see she mocks Islam with a piggy. She also said that she stuck on the final word, irrevocable, where he backstabbed me, you dum-dum. Sorry, Brother Mort. I love that word when you say it. That's why I use it. Okay, anyway. So, where was I? The Tash incident happens. I go. I make a quadruple apology. They accept it. We go backstage. We go after the show. We continue our conversation. He accepts my apology even further. I explained that I meant about everything that I did. That all the things that I said against him, I take it back. I did, but less than 6 hours later, I get backstabbed. So I make 2 videos speaking about this backstabbing, but I couldn't show my face because it was swollen. Why? And Kenny Bomer also lied again. He lied again. He made 2 lies. Number 1, he lied. He said that 10 hours before coming to the Tash stream, he made a video against 2 affiliates of CCTV. Meaning Katrina and Charles. That's a lie. Because if you go to the description of this stream itself, you will detect the lie. Okay? And this is the original timeline, Mr. Dum-Dum, Mr. Hypocrite. So, 6 hours later, I get backstabbed. So I'm telling him, what's going on? And he starts making these accusations that you talk to my son. I apologize for everything. I was man enough to come and quadruple apology. So I'm like, okay. I'll re-upload my 7 videos because I knew that he was going to backstab. I had a feeling he was going to backstab me, knowing his history with Shamon and Hassamo. Oh, and by the way, for the record, he is the one who owns bomb droppers. It's him. He is slip of the tongue. He said it twice. He hasn't even realized it. He's the one who has bomb droppers. Okay. So let's expose that too. I re-upload my 7 videos, and he lies again when he discovers it. He goes mental. He starts attacking me on each and every live stream. And on each and every video he's made ever since, he has blatantly lied about the events, about the sequence, about me. He's even lied that I made 7 more videos since that day. No, they're not 7 more videos. They are the 7 old videos. But at some point, I couldn't take it any longer, and I made these small challenging videos exposing you again, Kenny Bomer. So I decided to ignore him. I began my lifetime of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. People started texting me, asking me to go deal with him. And I told them that I am A, in the middle of doing the series, B, I will not go to a ridiculous council, but of course, since Brother Mort is here, that's a different story, in which KB will only present, as far as I'm concerned, forgeries, because I know that the alleged fire report, since I haven't gotten it, I have the right to doubt its authenticity. He hasn't sent it to me. He promised that he's going to send it to me, another lie, twice, never sent it to me. I'm going to make sure that he has access to it. Where is it, Kenny Bomer? Do you see it over here? Do I have it? No, I don't. Okay? So, Kenny Bomer knows from many messages I sent him via our mutual friends that I will never break a series and that I am ignoring him altogether. So he decides to act all tough and make multiple videos challenging me, knowing that I will not respond. That's why I've been ignoring his videos and his streams, because I find them ridiculous. The only reason why I watch them now is to gather information which will incriminate him, according to his own words. So a few days later, he renews his pathetic videos by claiming something that he already knew from the past, which I claimed in public weeks ago that I will, although I actually said might, I will make an epic video which will utterly and irrevocably destroy him. But he claimed that the threat came today. That's pathetic. That's pathetic. Kenny Bomer continues to make silly videos where he exposes how childish he is, and he keeps harassing me via email and sending me his zombies to attack me via YouTube, Facebook, email. One of them even called me from the UK. One of them called me from the UK. But when I picked it up, he was too much of a coward to speak. So, what else? On Monday, the 13th of September, I decided that I'd had enough, so I started making temporary videos warning him to stop or face the consequences. And he responds within seconds of the video being uploaded, and he puts this double comment, which I still have, by the way. I have from the emails of YouTube, Mr. Dum Dum. Don't you know when you send the comment on YouTube, the uploader gets a copy to his email, so even if you remove the comment, it's still there? Don't you know that? Oh, and one more thing. Mindy Domir, the atheist, said that incident that happened where my account got hacked and my Facebook got hacked from a Bitcoin scammer. She said, let me give you some background. I get an email a few months ago from a Bitcoin scammer telling me, send me Bitcoins or else I will harm you. I have your password. I have this. I have that. I ignored him. I totally ignored him. I thought, oh, what is this? Just a random scammer. It's stupid. Okay. So, yeah, she's gonna be in a hurry because, of course, she's gonna be in a hurry because now I'm gonna expose her and Katrina. So, sorry, but I have to say this because I don't like either of them. I say it in their face. I don't care. I don't care anymore. So, I ignore him. One day while I was sleeping, hell broke loose on my account. Hell broke loose. I lost 4,125 friends. Messages were sent to some of my contacts, maybe many of my contacts, who knows? I don't know. But at some point, people started calling me. And people started messaging me. So at some point, I wake up and like, what's going on? And I see, the only thing that I saw at that time was a message from Kenny Bomer and Katrina telling me that there's something wrong with your account. I think that you're hacked. And I saw horrible stuff on my account. Of course, okay, if you're hacked, I mean, what are you going to do? They can do whatever they want. So she confirmed that she believes that I would never do something because I'm a da'i. I don't do that kind of stuff, okay? I don't send filthy images. Now, here's the irony. The atheist Mindy Domir made a video about me. Now, she put it on private, but I already exposed her. I already watched it twice, and I downloaded it. Too late. Too late, Mini Domir. Too late. Bye bye. Bye bye. Now I'm exposing you. Okay? Yalla, انت كمان. Yalla. Yalla. في 60 داهية. So, Mini Domir said that these photos were sent to her by Katrina. Why does a pious Muslima keep such filthy photos? Huh? That's interesting. And by trying to show a contradiction, which is not a contradiction, in her video that she made about me, she proved my innocence. Twice. One, where she showed the original conversation, where Katrina acknowledges that I was hacked. Number two, in that part where she shows where I would like to make an honest, sincere, extensive, and irrevocable apology. Okay? So, Mini Domir, you can take a hike. One more thing. Let's talk a little bit about evidence which brings doubt that this thing ever happened. Number one, real estate agents contacted me 3 times. 2 via phone, 1 via email. I still have the email, or I have a screenshot of the email. I can't remember. Anyway, doesn't matter. Tell me this property is still available. Number 2, the images on Google don't match the images that Katie Bomer showed. Number 3, the tree which is in front of the house disappeared. Number 4, and this is another one of Kenny Bomer's lies. I never said that 173 is not power plant. I said 170. Kenny Bomer used the information I gave in one of my videos, and he made a case around that. So basically, if I had given another address, he would have used that address. That's the irony. Kenny Bomer, 170 and 173 are not close, and 170 and 10th are not close. South Parker Avenue, middle lane, North Parker Avenue, and then you get to 10th, and then you have to turn to the right, and at some point you reach 173, and that's Power Plant Road. I live in Greece and I know this. You live in the States and you don't know this. You have to find out from me. That's ironic. That's ironic. Okay? So, but here's the killer one. Apart from all the lies that he said, I haven't even mentioned 10%. Here's the killer. When I went back to his profile, which now he has hidden, why do you have it hidden, Kenny Bomer? Why? I made a beautiful discovery, something that slipped my mind at that moment when I was researching him, looking into his past, etc., etc. Because I know that this guy liar. He lied. He failed his polygraph test. He lied about going to prison or to jail, something like that. Even though there's also a contradiction on his profile, he says 357 days. In one of his latest videos, he's 315. Which one is it, Kenny Bomer? 357 or 315? Decide. He had an ignition interlock on his vehicle. Do you know what ignition interlock is? This is a special device placed on a vehicle by the government, which you have to breathe in it. And if the alcohol in your breath is one to a certain limit and up, your vehicle doesn't start. Yet Kenny Bomer says I've never been drunk in my life. Even drunkards don't get that ignition interlock on their vehicle. I'm going to get to the killer.
Actually, Dad, I'm just going to interject for a second.
Here's the killer.
Wait, is this related to fire itself? I'm trying to make the correlation here.
Do you remember the debate with Sheikh Ahmed Didat and Anish Rosh? At some point, Anish Rosh complained that this has nothing to do with the debate. It is related to the debate, he told him, because it's brought up to prove a case that you are a person who's not consistent and cannot be trusted. And if you prove that this guy is a liar, then all that he does now cannot be served. Because that's why I said the consistency of a man proves who he is. Now, here's the killer. Here's the killer. While I was going through his timeline, I'm getting to it. I'm sorry for the delay. I noticed that he made a post on the 1st of January saying that their house burnt down. Bye-bye, Kenny Bomer. Bye-bye. That by itself is a killer. Khalas, shukran. We can go home now. On the 1st of January. So, Either Kenny Bomer is a prophet, which he's not, of course, or he has a time machine. He went back and he made the prophet, and then he came back. What? When I told him that the 1st of January begins on a Friday, he said, "Oh, I made a typo." Really? Really? You made a typo? You made a typo? You want me to show it to you? You want me to send it to you? You can or you want me to send it to you? You can show it on your screen because I don't know how to do it. You want me to show it to you? He made a post on the 1st of January.
Yeah, if you have any evidences, you can share your screen. I mean, absolutely, by hitting share, and you can share what you want to share. I think what we're concerned about is the issue of the fire not happening and the collection of funds being misused. I think that's the biggest allegation that we see here. I know you mentioned some other things regarding some other issues about, regarding some insults that happened back and forth, and then some streams that happened, the way it kicked off. I got that part. But I think the biggest, for me, the damning allegation is something that is meaning a misappropriation of fund, stealing money from people and using that inappropriately. So I think,
let me ask you a question.
With regard to that, yeah.
Didn't Kenny Bomer consistently say in his videos, you can go and watch his videos, it happened on the 13th?
I don't know, but I'm
without knowing.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the whole thing.
How Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, without knowing, he trapped himself.
So let me get this right. So you're saying that the dates are off.
The dates
for
are
what
off.
He's saying.
He made the post on the 1st.
The dates are off.
He made the post on the 1st of January, and then he made another post, and then another, and then another, and then another. And at some point, he started the GoFundMe on the 13th, and he said the same date, the 1st of January.
Okay, so you're saying the dates are off from the fire, and the GoFundMe also confirms
that is suspicious. That is very suspicious. You want to see it?
Okay.
Hang on. How do I?
If you have evidence, you can share your screen. This is the chance for that. This is what we're trying to get into the meat of it and try to see what is exactly like the issue that you should be looking at to determine that, so the judges can look at it and people on the panel and the audience can look at it and see how you determine that he misused these funds or lied about it.
Okay. Let me see if I can share. Because I don't know how to be honest, I don't know how to do this. I'm going to try my best. If I mess up, I'm sorry. Share, and then what? Share screen.
Okay. So we do have a couple questions from the panelists. The evidence of death threats and what evidence has that his adversary is a homosexual. I don't know, Ziyad, you weren't saying that Kenny is a homosexual. This is somebody.
No, I didn't say that. I said one of the judges who was coming.
Judges.
You want to know who?
He said it openly.
He said it openly. Yeah. He says it openly.
I don't know who.
Go to my latest videos. Go to the description, and you'll see who it is. I'd rather not say.
Okay, so that's about the judges. So I think Sister Yvonne confused that with being Kenny being. But you said there was a death threat, right? So is there a? Okay, yeah. Let me see the share screen. Yeah, there you go. Okay. So yeah, I think there's so number one, we have Brother Abu Yazid has said yes, we have the dates are off for the first claim, and then the second is that we'd like to see the evidence of a death threat made to you by allegedly.
Okay. Do you see this?
Yeah.
Can you see this?
We can see this. Yeah. Hold on. Let me.
This proves that I have not. I didn't even. A friend of mine told me how to do this yesterday. He told me go right click, properties, and then go on details. And he said, "Are they the same?" I said, "Yes, they're the same." It's like, well, then you haven't forged anything. I said, well, what is it? I didn't even know about this. I'm not a kind of tech guy. Okay, so
what is this showing? What was that demonstrating?
Let me show you the proof.
I know.
He deleted.
Wait. So for clarity, Ziyad, 1 second. What was that? What was that image you just showed? What was that supposed to prove? I'm just trying to follow along here.
It proves that I haven't changed anything. That the document, that the screenshot that I took is authentic. That's what.
Okay. What was the date on the
screenshot? Let me show you. 9th of August. Let me see.
Okay.
9th of August. I took it on the 9th of August. at 5:56 in the morning. Okay, so, and right a few days after that, he started deleting everything from his profile. And now his profile is on, I don't know, private, something like that. Okay, let me show you what he said to me, where he mocked my job, and he said, I'm a way better man than you because I make way more money than you. He deleted the voice messages, but I have a witness who heard them. And unluckily for Kenny Bomer, this person is a friend of mine. We do the same job, and he speaks English. Let's see. Let me find it. Just give me a second. He's lied about many things.
And then also, if you're while you're looking,
no one believes you. And okay,
yeah.
Wait.
Additionally, while you're looking for that, we should also see. I think just to make sure if you can find the evidence for the death threat as well too.
That's what I just mentioned. That was sent to me via voice messages, and I will show you how after he slipped and he understood that he messed up. He's like, I have to delete everything before he gets out. But it was too late. I already taken a screenshot. Unfortunately, he deleted the voice messages. Unfortunately, but let me show you what he did. Let me show you, Monsieur Kenny Bomer. Okay, so share screen again. Can you see this?
Hold on, I don't see the screen. Okay, let me just put it on that. There you go. Okay, we can see that as a screen share. Okay,
tell me when you go to the end. I want to show you something.
Yeah, I'm just I'm giving a chance for the judges to read this.
Sure.
If you want to, for the judges, if you want to put it into full screen mode, you'll be able to read.
How do I do that?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, for the judges. No, for
for the judges. Yeah, you can kind of blow this up on the bottom. If you hover over the bottom right of the main screen here, you'll see that there's a box where you can.
This was before I made my first video against him. This was after I made the video on Charles and Katerina, and before I made. Why am I mentioning this? Go and read the description in this video and the descriptions in the previous videos, which expose his lies again. This guy's a consistent liar. Look what he said to me. You want me to read it? Kenny Bomer, quote.
I think you should read it for the audience.
Okay. Kenny Bomer, quote. Did you see? Before that, he sent me a screenshot of some conversation he had about money and contracts and something like that. And Kenny Bomer, quote. Did you see how much money that is? 56 United States dollar per hour, son. That's 5,936 in a week, son. 23,744 in a month. While you put making fun of my job. Put dropping off food. By the way, Kenny Bomer, off is with 2F. Dropping off food. Want to see my tax returns compared to yours? No, you don't want to see that. And then he says, in capital, he starts shouting again, I am a better man than you because I make way more money than you. And at that point, I died laughing. I was laughing. My colleague was like, "What's wrong with you?" I was like, "Well, wait a minute." And I typed him, "Yet you need donations for your water wells." Epic fail. And then he gets pissed off and he starts sending me voice messages. And after the voice messages, he says, "No, answer the phone." And then missed call. And look what he did. Can you see this?
It is.
He started deleting everything because he knows that it incriminates him. He made fun of my job. This is the Kenny Bomer that you zombies out there, if you're listening, if you have 1% decency, you're going to spit in his face after all this expose. Okay?
So can you pause so I can ask you a question? So are you saying that in these deleted messages notice
this is the exact conversation a few minutes afterwards. Over here, I went back. Over here, he deleted the voice messages. You see that?
Okay. So are you alleging that in this voice message is where the death threat was made?
Yes, he deleted them. I can't do anything about that. But I have a witness who heard him say them, and he's like, "Who?" And my friend was like, "Who is this guy? What does he tell him? Tell him to go to hell." Of course, he didn't say go to hell. He said worse stuff because in Greece we speak freely. And I'm like, but you're a witness. He's like, yes, of course I'm a witness. So I immediately I took a screenshot. Well, within a few minutes, I took a screenshot, and then I took a second screenshot after he had deleted the things that incriminate him. This is the Kenny Bomer behind the scenes. At least I am honest when I use because I am very passionate, and if I ever use foul language, I say it straight in your face. I don't act all nice, but then behind the scenes, I threaten people. I say I make way more money than you, so I'm a better man. No Muslim does that. I've never done that to anyone, but Kenny Bomer did it to me, and I'm sure that he's done it to others. Because now he's harassing good brothers because they went on my videos, and I'm not going to mention the name of the brother, but we all know who I'm talking about. He went to one of them, and he's harassing him. So the brother blocked him from Facebook because he didn't want to see his ugly face, because this guy is a munafiq. And now I'm calling him a munafiq in general. I don't know about religion, but in general, in everything else, he's a munafiq. And he's a big liar. Okay. Big liar.
So very quickly, I do
look,
commentary.
This is the exact conversation.
If you can allow me 1 second, brother. If you can allow me 1 second.
Sure.
Dr. Yvonne did make some comments. I want to read them out to the audience because the judges haven't come on the panel yet. So I just want to read it out and give you a chance as well. I'm
going to stop sharing, okay?
That's fine. I mean, or if you have something else, you can continue sharing. I just wanted to read this so we can give you a chance to respond. Yeah. Boasting about money, this is what Dr. Yvonne Woodley says. Boasting about money is repugnant as is belittling someone, but it hardly merits investigating. I'm sure he said that he said that the death threats were sent to him and he had screenshot them before he had a chance to delete them. If he made death threats on an answer machine, I'm sure he would have stored them. Yeah, let me just get to stored them to produce at a later time. He's kept everything else. Why did he not contact the police when he received death threats? Did he take them seriously?
Because he had, number one, he had already deleted them, but he was too late to delete all the rest, as you saw in the screenshots. You saw them. Okay, number one, he had deleted them.
Yeah.
Number two, we're living in different countries. What is he going to do?
So it was your understanding that these were not serious. If they were allegedly made, they were not serious death threats. They were just essentially you didn't perceive them to be serious enough to call the police. Is what you're saying?
Sorry, come again?
No, what I'm saying is that the threats that came in, you didn't perceive them to be serious enough to call the police.
Why would I? I mean, why would I do that? The guy, he's in the States. I'm in Greece. I'm in Athens, Greece. Now, Kenny was very unlucky. Because number one, I have a witness who heard the death threats. Right now it's 12:37 here in Athens, Greece. I'm not going to call the guy and ask him come over so that you would witness. We can do that at another time, okay? At any time, which is convenient for everyone, of course. That's number one. Point number one. Point number two, he was unlucky because I took 3 screenshots. 3. 1 from my phone, 2 from my computer. Unluckily for him, I was very close to my home. Very close to my home. Immediately, I ran home and I took 2 screenshots. By the time I arrived home, he had deleted the voice messages. And then, a few seconds later, he started deleting the other messages, and I saw it happening live with my own eyes.
Okay. One of the brothers has a question. You said the witness that was there, is that witness a Muslim?
Sorry?
Is that witness that witnessed Kenny making this death threat to you? Is that person that witness, is he a Muslim?
No, he's a Greek. He's probably, I've never asked him about his religion, but he's probably either an Orthodox or maybe an atheist. Okay. Who knows?
He's
a friend of mine, and we work in the same company.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just relaying the questions from the panel. So as they come in the private chat. So, yeah. So what I can gather here so far is, one, the timelines are off for the dates of the fire. This is what you say according to the posts that were made and according to the GoFundMe. The dates were off. One says, what was it, January 1st? And then when in fact it was made January 13th, right? Is that what the date? What is the discrepancy there in the dates?
That's a huge discrepancy.
No. I mean, are those dates right? Is what I mentioned? Is it the 13th and the 1st, or well, I'm not sure what the dates were given. I don't know what they
He
are.
said that it was a typo. If it was a typo, then
No,
how
but
did
what
you
I'm
know?
asking you is,
Wait. Here's the question. Here's the
what's
question.
the actual
If
date?
it was a typo, if it were a typo, okay, if it were a typo, then how did Kenny Bomer know on the 1st of January that there was going to be a fire on the 13th? And why did he make that post on Facebook on the 1st?
Okay, so you're saying the fire happened on the 13th, but he made a post about a fire on the 1st.
And then he said it was a typo. He simply forgot to add the 3. Then why did he post on the 1st of January?
So you're saying he allegedly made a typo.
He says that he made a typo that it was on the 13th.
It's supposed to be the 13th.
He says it
But
was
wait,
the night
one
of the
second.
12th,
Let me just
morning of the 13th.
let me process it. So you're saying that the fire allegedly happened on the 13th, according to Kenny, but he made a post allegedly according to you on the 1st, and he claims it's a typo, but you don't believe that it's a typo because the post was made on January 1st.
Exactly.
Okay, that's what you're alleging. Okay, all right, okay. So that's
a killer by itself. That's a killer by itself. It's case closed. That by itself, it's case closed.
Right. So I would like to. I mean, do you have a screenshot of the post that was made on the 1st of January?
I showed it before. Let me show it again.
Yeah. Why don't we? Because I think a lot of things were said. We didn't get a chance to if we can go point by point. Yeah. So let's just do the evidence of a screenshot of the posting made about a fire on January 1st.
On January 1st, not according to Ziyad Karam, not according to anyone else, not according to Kenny. According to what Kenny wrote on Facebook, and he made it public.
So let's see that screenshot, because that way then we can corroborate with what you're saying. Yeah, so that's okay. Let me add that to the stream here. Okay, let me make this the main one. Okay.
Now,
so this one
Kenny
says
Bomer has a time machine, or he's a prophet. This screenshot by itself proves that there's something fishy.
So the screenshot says on the 1st of January on Facebook, allegedly, from the screenshot. Okay, is this post still up, by the way, on his Facebook?
Sorry?
Or was this is this post still up, available on his?
No, he's deleted it. No,
this was removed. Okay, this was removed.
And other things were removed as well. You want to see some other stuff that he's done?
To this photo. Oh yeah, one second. Hold on. Let me just we can process, because we're trying to go through the evidences. So according to this photographic evidence you're providing, it shows that Kenny Bomer made a post on January 1st where it says, my ex-wife's and my younger son's house just burned down and they lost everything. At least they are safe, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay. And it says that they are, okay, and that was made January 1st. Okay, so we see that.
Let me zoom in on this. Can you read that?
So this is the image of
properties.
Okay, Kenny.
This proves that I haven't changed anything as it is. The date it was created and the date it was modified. If you take a screenshot, it will say exactly the same date. If you modify it either by 1 second, this will be different. This over here will be different.
Could I mean I'm just speaking just objectively here, because I'm also an IT, so I know could this have been created in I mean, one could argue it could have been created in a different application and saved as a JPEG or something, and then that way this is how it's created.
No, that's not possible. Now let me show you something else. Let's see. This is going to be very interesting and embarrassing at the same time. This is a pious Muslim having a Christmas tree at his home. And this is where it says ignition interlock removal form. The order to remove GPS bracelet, because he used to be a dangerous felon. And
right, but how is that related to fire, though, brother?
Over here it says, set on summons, defendant and PO. PO means probation officer, if I'm not mistaken. Appeared. Defendant, aka Kenny Bomer, admitted that he was dishonest with the court and the probation officer after what? After failing polygraph test. They knew that he was lying, but they went on with the court anyway. Parties agreed to amendment of probation terms.
Is this in relation to the fire or
no,
what?
This is in relation with the fact that Kenny Bomer is a liar.
So you're talking about something in the past.
Over here. Yeah, they're all connected because Kenny Bomer is a liar. He's a repeated liar. He's an unbelievable liar, the biggest liar I've seen in my life.
What is this image here now?
Attention to all crazy women. Please don't contact me. I've been there, and I've done that for 22 years and was cheated on. Shot at 3 times. That's a lie. Twice, because the report from the police says otherwise. Being by the garbage, sleeping with my high school sweetheart and mother of my sons, who in turn called the cops and pressed charges on me, blah, blah, blah. The interesting part is that he says, over here it says, a brand new truck, 357 days of freedom, while on the streams he said 315. That's a contradiction. And here he says, so crazy women, stay out of my grill. I'm in gigolo status until further notice. Very interesting. Pious Muslim. Over here, he's bragging about
brother. 1 second, but Ziyad, I have to kind of inject here because I want to say this. While this may be behavior, 1 second, brother. I'm saying while this may be behavior that is it could be odd, it could be strange. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't type that, but. That was from 2015, right? And I think we're talking about 2021, the fire. And
yeah. No problem. No problem.
Yeah, I mean,
Connie and I are headed gambling with my in-laws, which is a gamble.
Right? I'm saying,
proud.
Like almost 11 years ago. People
okay, sure, no problem. The consistency of a man defines who he is.
I get it, but in Islam, we don't believe that people are irredeemable, right? I mean, maybe people made a mistake. Maybe people were not practicing as they should have been. Things will happen, but I don't see how that would have been.
So how is it related? The guy continues to lie until today. So what gives us the assurance that he still doesn't do these kinds of things?
Yeah, but I mean, again, if we go to, I'll be honest, brother. But from 2010 and 2013, like these are like years ago. People, I mean, I'm just trying to be fair here. I'm sure if I dig up anybody here when they're younger and they're stupid and maybe when it's practicing, they might find something that was regrettable, no doubt. I mean, I'm sure the regrettable things to find, but I'm just trying to make it clear for the panelists to find out, like, if you're trying to discredit him by his past and say, we should automatically never believe anything he says because of his past. I mean, I think that's kind of a bit dangerous to do, right? Because every one of us are sinners. We've made mistakes.
Why is it dangerous? I'm using his own words against him. The consistency of a man defines
I
who
will
he is.
say because it doesn't prove. We don't say that. What I'm saying is that you have to have evidence of what he's been accused of.
Let me ask you a very quick question. If I just proved to you that he lied in the past and he's lying now, can you believe anything that he says?
So, I mean, Islamically, my understanding, I'm not a faqih, but I mean, he wouldn't be taken as a witness of something. But if he was to be a liar, but against the case, the allegation made against him of misappropriating funds wouldn't mean he's automatically guilty either because he's lied in the past. We would need to see proof of that in order for him to be found guilty or say, yes, we believe what you're saying, because these things require evidence. The Quran says, "Qul hatu burhanakum in kuntum sadiqin," right? And things like we have to bring, in Arabic, we have to bring evidence. Of course, I mean, if
the verse is from Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, which was revealed in Medina to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and it was revealed in the context of saying, "A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem, bismillahir rahmanir rahim." وقالوا لن يدخل الجنة إلا من كان هدى أو نصارى تلك أمانيهم قل هاتوا برهانكم إن كنتم صادقين. Translation: I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the accursed. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. And they say, who they say? The Jews and the Christians. None shall enter Jannah unless he is a Jew or a Christian. These are their vain desires. Tell them, bring your proof if you are telling the truth. This verse is quoted out of context, but okay, fine.
No. What we're doing is we learn from the right?
I temporarily agree with
No,
quote
I'm
out of
saying the
context.
ibrah, right? We learn a lesson that if you're making allegations or something, we should bring proof, right? This is what we learn from the story. And outside the context, is some of them is obviously the Jews and Christians, but we learn the general lesson from it that if we're going to make allegations or claims, we should bring evidence, right? And so I'm saying that you brought evidence of his past, okay, which is maybe I can validate, and I've seen some other things. The first thing I've seen so far, I think the most relevant to this has been the post that you showed from January 1st, right? This has been the
Sure.
most
And
relevant
furthermore,
to what we can judge on today.
I have 2 people in Houston investigating this fire thing, and I'm going to get word from them soon enough. 2 people, very reliable, and one of them is Muslim. I'm not going to say it's a he. I'm not going to say it's a she. Okay. We're going to find out everything. He hasn't sent the fire report. Why hasn't he sent the fire report? My videos are out there. Anyone can watch them at any time. Go ahead, watch them.
Okay,
Dismantle them.
So the second issue is that first we got date, so relevant to this. Second, we've got the fact that there's been no fire report produced, and thirdly, also you have someone
not sent to me.
Yes, yeah, produced to
He
you.
promised twice that he's going to send it to me. He's going to make sure that I have it. He said it twice.
Yeah, when I meant produced, let me clarify. I meant for you, meaning that you haven't been presented with it, the evidence of this, of the fire report. And thirdly, you're saying that you have someone currently right now that is looking into it for you, 2 people looking into it for you on your behalf.
In Houston.
And have they produced any result yet for you? How long have they been working on this for you?
Any day. They started a few days ago.
Okay, so they are. So you're waiting on the ground evidence from them. So are you then
more evidence, hardcore evidence from them?
Correct. So then are you then based on that statement? Are you then maintaining the position that a fire did not happen?
We are going to get video proof. We
right.
are going to get documents. Since he doesn't want to send me the documents, I'm gonna have these people go to the fire station and get that fire report, and I want to see if it's authentic. I want to see if it's authentic. If it's authentic, and this, if it's authentic, and this thing did happen, and the date is correct, and the tenants are the same, and these tenants are indeed his ex-wife and his son, then I am wrong. I'll make a sincere apology. I'll delete everything, and we can just go on ignoring each other.
Okay, but just so I know, from that point, are you maintaining now? When I made
that quadruple sincere apology on that stream, he backstabbed me. What does that prove, Brother Mort?
Yeah, but let me go back to the original. Are you saying that, based on what you're saying, you're having 2 people look into this for you? Is that because you believe or asserting that you don't believe a fire took place?
I still believe that something is fishy about the fire thing. I do not believe what Kenny Bomer is saying. I don't believe anything that he says anymore.
Right. So I'm asking you again directly. Are you saying that no fire took place? Are you saying that no fire took place? Is that what you're alleging, that no fire at all took place? This entire fire business is made up.
At this point, Brother Mort, let me be perfectly clear. I doubt anything that Kenny Bomer says about the fire until I see hardcore evidence. Make sense?
Okay.
Fair?
Okay. You don't. So you can't. Okay, I got it. So you're saying that you don't know if it happened or didn't.
Let me repeat it one more time. I had 10% doubt about my findings. I was 90% sure, 10% doubting myself because I live in another country. So I decided to end the dispute on that Tash incident. I don't care about Tash. Tash can go to Jahannam. I don't care. Okay, I wasn't taking advantage of anything. Before I went, I deleted my videos. I kept a copy because I know that what this guy does. I know what he does. I made a quadruple sincere apology. I don't want to go to. Why do I have to go to specifics? Oh, sorry, Kenny Bomer, for saying this. Sorry, Kenny Bomer, for saying that. Sorry for going. I said I'm sorry for everything. Even though I had 10% down, I said I don't believe anything anymore. I went against myself, against my fitra, against my how do you call it? My instinct. I went against my instinct that day. We went behind the show. We agreed to end the dispute once and for all. Not going to bring it up. And less than 6 hours later, I was backstabbed.
Okay.
How would you feel
by the
if
way,
that was done
can
to
you hear me clearly, brother?
Yes.
Some people are saying my microphone is not working properly.
Your
Can you hear me?
microphone is working perfectly.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. I just want to make sure that you could hear me.
Let them check their sound settings.
No problem. So I wanted to just ask this question before. I do want to bring up some of the panelists like Ivan, just so that we can have some quick questions for you before we kind of move on a little bit. But what is the end result that you like? Let's say we see that the fire did not happen. What do you want to see happen next? What is the result?
If the fire did not happen, or if it happened and him and his ex-family, well, it's kind of messed up situation. Anyway, when ex-wife and wife are in on it, personally, I don't want anything. But he should do the right thing and refund the people. I don't even want an apology. I don't care. I don't care. Okay? Because, to be honest, I don't want to see his face ever again.
Okay.
Fair enough?
So you're calling for a refund of the GoFundMe that was created?
I never donated anything.
No, not you. What I'm saying is that you want him to refund
the people
from the GoFundMe fund that was created for the fire.
Issue them an apology. Make a specific video issuing them an apology.
Okay.
That's what I want.
I'm
not doing it for me. I'm not even doing it for me anymore. In the beginning, I was angry and I wanted to get back at him, but then I realized no, there's something bigger than me.
So, just a quick question about. So, if it is proven to be true, what should be the consequence for you in this regard? What do you think should be the consequence for you?
If it is proven to be true, and all the leads that I took were false, I already said what I'm going to do. I'm going to make another sincere apology, a specific video, and I will delete all my videos and never talk to him ever again. And I would find that reasonable, but it still doesn't change. And what hurt me most, the last videos that he said. Because I went.
I do have a question though. So I have a question regarding
I went to Eric's show for two reasons. Number one, it had nothing to do with religion. And I would strongly suggest that the people in the chat, especially his biased zombie fans, that's what I call them, because they're biased, I would suggest that they go and read what these verses say. They're talking about matters of religion, betrayal of matters of religion. That had nothing to do with religion. I went for two reasons. Number one, tell them exactly what happened, the timeline, just like I did today. And number two, to confirm to them that Kenny Bomer is a backstabber, just like he backstabbed Hassamo. You know what the irony is? You know the irony? He dares call me an apostate. I've never done that. And may Allah forgive me if I've ever done that, but I never have. He dares call me an apostate for that, even though it wasn't something against religion. It had nothing to do with religion. Yet he begged Sam Shimon for protection when Eric and his team were going to go public with this information. And then Sam Shimon reached out to them and he said, don't do it. So he's in a special bromance with Sam Shimon. Let him dare deny that. So who's the hypocrite? Who's the apostate?
I'm going to go back to the
I want an apology for that.
Before I bring in the other panelists here, I just feel like if he was telling the truth, the damage that's been done now. I mean, I can if I'm in his shoes and someone went through my personal business and put it out there, had nothing to do with the fire, I'd be upset. I'll be honest with you. Like if someone went through my personal in my past when I was a young person, I mean, I'm not an angel. But if it was not relevant to the fire and someone's putting my business out there, I would be very upset at this. And I mean, I don't know what you. I'm sure you would be too, right? If someone put some information out there about you that was not relevant to it, and let haters of me now access this information. I think you know how that would make you feel if you were the person as well. So, what do you think? Do you think it's sufficient that you just say I'm not going to talk to him anymore?
Do you know what United States law says?
I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm not a lawyer, so I mean I'm not familiar with the law, so I don't know.
I'm not, neither am I. But I found out quite recently, like maybe 2 months ago, that according to United States law, every convicted felon has a public record. So just as For example, Charles Doyle said about that superintendent where they were trying to take that guy off his job, Eric, and it was public. The same applies to Kenny. It's public. Anyone can access it anytime. Anyone.
So you're maintaining you did a public service by doing this? Is that what you're maintaining then? I mean, if he was
I'm
right,
saying that these records are public. Anyone can access them at any time. Any convicted felon, this is the law in the United States. Any convicted, every convicted felon has a public record which anyone can access at any time.
No. I mean, I know that part about the law, but I'm saying what the court system in America is and what we as Muslims believe is entirely different, right? I mean, we're not going to start using it as a standard and say it's okay to dig into people's past, right? I mean,
Eric, yeah, but I wanted to know why he was acting like that. What Eric and his team were going to do was prevented by another Christian, which Kenny Bomer reached out to. He reached out to for protection. From who? From one of the most vile, disgusting individuals on the planet, Hassamo, aka Sam Shimon. Yet he has the audacity, and here's the hypocrisy, he has the audacity to call me an apostate because I simply went there to tell them to confirm what they already knew and to tell them the timeline. I confirmed that, yes, Kenny Bomer backstabs people. He tries to go around in circles like, oh, Kenny Bomer has nothing to do with it. And then Charles, go and attack this guy. So-and-so, go and attack this guy. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. That's
okay. If you allow me, brother, I'm going to bring in some of the people like Yvonne and Jake. If they have any follow-up questions, I do want to get to Kenny's side of it now too. I think we allowed you.
There's only one thing I would like to mention. MashaAllah, there's our sister in Islam. The only two people that made me come here is you and Sister Yvonne. And when I was still teaching in the language centers and in the schools that I used to teach, I used to tell them, I used to make like indirect dawah. I used to tell them, if you want to learn the proper British accent, go and listen to a Miss Yvonne Ridley. She speaks the most perfect, clear British accent in the world. And I honestly, wallahi, I used to say that, wallahi. And by doing that, I wanted them to listen to her lectures. And who knows, maybe they would accept Islam. Who knows? I was doing, an indirect dawah. So, because I consider our sister in Islam to have the best, clear British English accent in the world, mashallah. She's the only person that when she speaks, you understand everything she says, mashallah.
Great, mashallah. So I do, of my heart. So I do want to give Sister Dr. Yvonne Ridley a chance to ask any. I know I was trying to get to your question, Sister, in the back chat, but I did want to give you a chance to now, once he got his side out, to now come up with any additional questions or comments. I know it's much harder to type than to speak, so I'm going to give you the opportunity one by one here. So I'll start with you, Dr. Yvonne, inshallah. If you want to add anything, you can, or ask anything, now is the time.
Yes. Salam alaikum, Ziyad.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
I'm reverting to my original accent because originally I'm British. Just in case you know.
Okay.
Are
you saying that Kenny faked the fire and stole money?
I am saying that what I have discovered proves that this incident is to be doubted until hardcore, irrefutable evidence can be produced, which I could verify with my own eyes. He hasn't sent me the fire report, even though he promised twice to do it. The phone calls that he received in one of his streams were very suspicious because one of them sounded very much like his henchman called Marshall Gregory. Very much. Number two, the images that he showed are very, very suspicious. Number three, when I contacted his son, I forgot to mention that, or maybe I did very briefly, I can't remember. When I contacted his son, he responded right away in the affirmative without even asking who I am. That is very suspicious, because when a stranger contacts you via social media, the first thing you're going to do, and this is common sense, like, excuse me, who are you? Do I know you? hang on, are we acquainted? You know, something like that. You don't just respond in the affirmative right away. You know that. We all know that. But his son responded, yes, it happened and this and that. And I was taken aback. I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. What type of response is that? Right away, it happened?
To be fair, that is supposition.
That's strange. That's awkward. That's right. Unless he was prepared to give me that affirmative answer by his...
Right. Well,
that's very suspicious.
Well, something being suspicious doesn't make it a fact one way or another. While Islam permits the establishment of justice on earth in order to avoid injustice, the principle of absolute certainty was established under Sharia. Now, the burden of proof is higher than any other legal system in the world, but by your own admission, you say that there's an element of uncertainty on your behalf, possibly 10%. Is that right?
What I am saying is that what I said previously, I'll repeat that, is that even after all my findings, even though I live in a different country, I'm in Athens, Greece. I've been here for the past 33 years, ever since 1988. Originally I'm from Southampton. But, well, I've got roots from Greece, I've got roots from Egypt, from Lebanon, and the UK, and I was born in Cyprus. It's a mess. Yeah, because my mom's half-half and my father's half-half. Anyway, apart from that, what I said, and I don't want to contradict myself, and I want to, if I made a mistake, let me repeat that to make it even more clear, that even after all my findings, even though I live in a different country, I had 10% doubt in myself about the findings, because I was thinking maybe that these findings were maybe I was misjudging my own findings, maybe I'm wrong, the brother could be innocent. At some point I even suspected something else, but before mentioning that, I would like my 2 associates in Houston, Texas, as soon as they finish their investigation, I don't want to come out with this piece of information of the suspicion that I have, because the suspicion that I have is even more dangerous. And ironically, it has nothing to do with Kenny Bomer. Well, not directly.
I'm just wondering if it would have been more prudent to keep your powder dry, so as to speak.
Yeah, I know it's...
Until you were 100% or had absolute certainty of your suspicions. And I'm just wondering why you would not have reported it to the authorities rather than get 2 acquaintances to go and knock on the fire station door.
I did. I contacted the district clerk in the United States of America, and we agreed that they would begin an investigation. But when I discovered later on that a minor could be involved, I told them, stop the investigation. And I have proof of that, too. I have the emails exchanging between us. And I have the emails of the, what do you call them? Real estate agents, realtors, something like that. In the United States, they call them. Sending me an email telling me that this property, even though it's there, it's not for sale. Because the person who's been living there since 2011 doesn't want to sell. Now, that's very suspicious. Very suspicious. Why doesn't that person want to sell?
I'm just wondering why the police would start an investigation and then stop it.
Fraud department. Hang on. Let me go to my email. Can't remember which department it was exactly, but I told them to stop the investigation because I didn't want his son to get hurt. I didn't know that his son was a minor, because at some point I'm like, when I was talking to his son, I was like, how old are you? And then he said to me he was 17, and I was, that's a boo-boo. And that was the basic reason why I stopped the investigation. I stopped it, I believe, on the 26th of July, if I remember correctly. Hang on. Let me go to my sent messages, and I'll tell you exactly. Yep. Yes, 26th. I stopped it on the 26th.
Right.
One more lie, which I would like to expose. Kenny Bomer said that I threatened his son. That's not true. I gave him legal advice. There's a difference. There's a big difference. Telling him, son, come out with the truth. Tell me what really happened. But he was adamant. Okay, fine, fair enough. I understand that, we could even, some people, out of emotions to protect their loved ones, aka father, mother, brother, sister, siblings, etc., they do that, they lie. But until we get to the bottom of this, I am still convinced. I'm convinced that there's something fishy about this fire. I'm not being manipulative. I'm not being, I'm not trying to go around it.
We're 90% sure that there is.
At this point, at this point, after finding that thing, yeah, I'm 99% sure. Back then, I was 90%. Now I am 99% sure. I could be wrong.
Even 99%, I think you would agree, isn't absolute certainty.
Exactly. That's why I leave 1% for the benefit of the doubt.
So would it not have been more prudent, as I say, just to remain quiet until you were convinced or you had the evidence?
Fair enough. Why hasn't he sent you the fire report as he promised twice? Why is he hesitant to do that? At some point, we exchanged emails, and I cursed him out. It was a private email anyway. I cursed him out because I told him that he has to send that fire report because he was harassing me all the time. By the way, now that I just remembered, him and one of his panelists, regular panelists, who's also affiliates of CCTV, said to their fans to go on my videos and flag them. They did. And they removed my favorite video, which was what? Now, I'm not doing this in order to play with emotions, but this is a fact. They removed my favorite video of all time, which was a tribute to Palestine. You know what that did to me emotionally? Huh? You know what it did to me emotionally? It made me despise him. I don't want to see his face ever again. And if he comes and opens his camera, I'm gonna leave. I'm saying it for now. I don't want to see his face. The guy is despicable. He's a liar. He's a manipulator, and he's done lots of things. And these are facts. They are proven facts. What does he say?
So,
ironically, the consistency of a man.
1 second, brother Ziyad. 1 second. Yeah. 1 second. Sure. If you don't give me a second here, please. Dr. Yvonne, I just want to make sure that you got all your questions out that you want to maybe ask. And if you are complete, then I can go on to Brother Jake, unless you have anything else that you want to ask him about, Sister Dr. Yvonne. Just let me know.
No, that's fine. I'm finished.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Thank you, Jazakallah khair, for that. I want to go on to Brother Jake. Brother Jake, did you have any follow-up questions or comments that you wanted to make in regards to this whole situation with Ziyad? If you do, now is the chance for you to go ahead and unmute.
Yeah, salam.
Walaikum salam.
Walaikum salam.
My question, because there's so much information that was presented, right? So I'm just trying to follow everything, follow along with everything. But as far as the fire is concerned, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, it seemed that your main evidence was the fact that Kenny made a post on Facebook, I believe it was Facebook, on January 1st, claiming that the fire happened, and then subsequently with other posts and videos stated that it was actually January 13th. And so the question is, well, how in the world could he have made that post and it have happened on that day, January 1st, which is interesting because it's New Year's Day, so it's kind of difficult to forget.
And the Friday.
Yeah.
But he said
yeah,
Wednesday, Wednesday, the 1st of January.
Yeah. So I just want to get this straight. So that's when he originally made the post. He made posts afterwards, but said that it was on a different date. Correct?
No. When I called him out, he said it was a typo. He wanted to type the 13th. Then why didn't he type the 13th in the previous ones? And why did he make the post on the 1st?
Well, yeah, that's my point. The typo thing. Well, hold on a second. The typo thing is kind of irrelevant because if the post was on January 1st, the typo answer is not really going to solve any of that problem.
Exactly.
So my point is that seemed to be your main evidence of that there was.
It's just it's a very strong presentable evidence right now until I finish my video, which will prove 100% beyond the shadow of a doubt that my claims are true. If I discover that my claims 100% are true, only and only then. One of the reasons why I wanted to postpone this is because I wanted to gather everything, just as our sister, mashallah, mentioned. You have to be 100% true before you present your case in front of a. I don't want to come here for a number of reasons. Okay, number one, because I'm fed up with him. Number two, I have a life. Number three, I work because I'm planning to get married very soon. Number four, or actually, I'm not going to mention number four. And number five, he hasn't sent me anything to verify his claims. If he had sent me that fire report, and if I had confirmed, because I'm a very honest person, if I had confirmed with my own eyes that this is a real fire report and it's authentic, then I myself, I would have made another sincere apology, deleted everything, and we would go back to our lives. And by my sincere apology, he would have been, what's the word? What's the word that when someone is, for example, put in prison or something like that?
Exonerated.
Exonerated, yes. MashaAllah, that was the exact same word. If you read my mind. SubhanAllah. He would have been exonerated of all the allegations, of all the things that I said, etc., and he would have had his head up high. But he decided to make silly videos. He decided to attack me on each and every stream. He decided to have his fans contact me via phone, email, YouTube, Facebook, you name it, and threaten me.
I understand all that,
harass me
brother.
all the time. What do you think? How am I going to feel? How am I going to feel? Did I? And I challenge him. I challenge him to show one person who has harassed him or threatened him throughout all this time. I was just ignoring him for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I was just ignoring him. Just wanted to ignore him. After I was backstabbed, I re-uploaded the videos for people to see at some point if they wanted to, and just continued with my life. And I was like, okay, that's the end of it. Khalas. People don't believe me. They're going to believe Kenny Bomer. No problem. The evidence is out there. Well, as far as evidence I had, and that's it.
Yeah, I understand that.
But his ego is stronger than that. His ego is
brother,
stronger.
I understand. But if we're gonna, I don't want to cut you off, but at the same time, we've been going on for quite a while, and we want to have everybody come in here and talk. So, I identified two major lines of evidence, and that's what I want to get clear on, because if I missed out on something, I want you to tell me what I missed out on.
Sure.
So I identified the Facebook post and the discrepancy of the date, and I also identified that you were naming all these other things about his character and trying to establish that he's a liar and that we shouldn't really take him as an honest person. Those were the two main lines of evidence that I saw. Did I miss something else out?
He is the time. He keeps lying.
Yeah, but
about
I'm
the
saying
timeline
specific to the fire. Did I miss anything
he keeps
else?
lying. Can you trust a liar? Can you trust a liar?
My brother, I'm trying to ask you a question. Did I miss anything else out besides those two major points with respect specifically to the fire?
With respect to the fire, basically you rounded it up perfectly.
Okay, well that's it. I'll let the next person talk then. That's the only thing I wanted to know.
Okay, Jazakallah khair. And then finally we have Abu Yazid. Do you have any questions or comments for Brother Ziyad?
They keep confusing our names, by the way.
What was that?
Yeah,
Yes,
because if you notice,
Assalamu alaikum.
Same is.
Oh, yeah. Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
Go ahead, brother.
Okay. Those are all good questions. They help clarify the matter. I guess the only question I have for Brother Ziyad is, and forgive me if this is redundant.
No problem, brother. You know how much I love you and I respect you. You know that.
Yes.
And we have a history together.
Yes. So, to be clear, you're not bearing witness that. Are you bearing witness that Brother Kenny has fabricated this story and stolen this money or used the money in a non-appropriate way?
Let me be 100% clear. What he has presented so far is not enough to convince me 100% that he is truthful.
Okay.
And I have doubt that this fire took place. And if it took place, who were the people living in that house? What's the address? Who were the people? Was it his ex-wife and his son?
Okay.
We want to find out.
Okay.
I want to see 100%. I want to see 100% proof with my eyes. I want him to send me that fire report because he hasn't done so. Why hasn't he done so? That is very. Everyone will agree. Everyone, if you are honest with yourselves, at least with yourselves, not with me. You don't have to agree with me now. But if you're honest with yourself, everyone will agree that that's very suspicious. Even though he promised twice, and you know that. You must have heard his streams. He said it twice. He will make sure that I get a copy of that fire report. Where is it? Where? My email's open. At some point, yeah, I did get pissed off at him and I blocked him for like a day or two on my email. But then I said, wait, step back. Let's unblock him because he might actually send me the fire report.
Okay. So,
and I cursed him out on that. I called him a, you know what?
Yeah.
POS.
So to be clear, the key words were you have doubts about his story, and you're suspicious about his story.
I have strong doubts. 99% doubts.
Okay. And
1% I could be wrong. 1%.
Okay. And because of the suspicion and doubt you've asked him to produce a fire report. That's correct.
He was the one who came up with the idea of the fire report, and I said, okay, good. Okay. And he was the one who originally said, before I even opened my mouth, I'm going to make sure, I can't remember exactly the words, but he said he's going to make sure that I have access to that fire report.
Okay.
Where is it? It's been 2 months. Well, actually, it's been a month and something because it took him like 15 business days until he got the fire report. Okay. Ever since this all started. So it's been a month and a week, approximately.
Okay. And you did contact his son. Was that to find out information about the fire?
I was trying to dig in information about anyone I could find. I made long distance telephone calls to Houston, Texas. I called police station, fire station, and to my luck, because it was very, very rare, because that fire station over there is no one is manning the phone. It's very hard. You have to be very lucky to find it. And this lady picked up and she's like, well, from the top of her memory, she told me that there was a fire on the 170 and that some people died in that fire and 2 people escaped with bad burns. Two males, 2 adult males. That's what she told me. But she didn't tell me that this was a voluntary station and that I was very lucky to find someone there. I was very lucky on that day. And then when I called again, no one replied.
Okay. All right. And just this, I just want to take. I'm going to ask one more question because other people want to ask you questions.
I called everyone in the area. Thank God, mashallah, for reminding me of this. I called everyone in the area. No one heard about it. No one.
Okay. And what was it that what was it that originally triggered you to have doubts about the story? Why when you first heard the story did you have doubts about it?
When someone attacks me in any way, shape, or form, the first thing I do, the first thing that kicks in, I look into that person's past. The first thing I do. And you know me from YouTube.
Yeah.
What I've done to those Christian missionaries that used to lie about Islam. You remember what I did to NBI, right? You've watched my videos.
Yes.
Antonio Santani. You remember what I did to him.
So
I dug into his past and I proved that he was a liar. And he had to quit. He had to quit YouTube after what I did to him.
Yes.
He was forced to quit YouTube.
So when you and Kenny had this disagreement, when he attacked you, when did this? I'm not sure. When in the timeline did this actually take place?
The timeline. You want the exact dates?
It doesn't have to be. It can be
I haven't written the exact date. I haven't written the exact dates, but in order to sum up very quickly, I went on Charles' stream. I made that bad comment based on facts, but in a bad way. I proved that I'm not racist. I proved it in the beginning. I showed my bag of the thingy, and then, videos were made back and forth between me, Charles, and Katerina together, and then Kenny Bomer. Now, sorry for the word I'm going to use now. He got butthurt because I mentioned him and I exposed something that he does. That's where he got pissed off. He doesn't care about Charles. He doesn't care about Katerina. He even despises her niqab. And he even has the courage, come and say it live. Because we've had many conversations behind her. We're trying to discuss a way to try and tell her that not only your niqab, but also that turtle and then the bird and the way that she acts. We're trying to tell. And Mika is my witness. Mika is my witness. She even came one day and she spoke to us. She said, maybe you should find a way to tell her in a nice manner. No one opened his mouth. No one. Charles knows about this. Kovifef knows about this. Jamal Dasuki knows about this. And Kenny Bomer was always there. And I was always there in those conversations. Yet, and if you're listening, Katerina, I want you to know this. Kenny Bomer despises your niqab and the way that you act and your parrot and your turtle. That turtle is deceased, but okay. I'm not doing this in order to bring enmity between you, but it's the truth, okay? I don't care anymore. I'm going to tell the truth, even if it brings dirt on anyone. I don't care, because I'm fed up with all of you. Not the people on the panel. I'm talking to them. I'm fed up with them. And the other guy said that none of my videos are for dawah. Really, Jamal Dasuki? And Kenny Bomer said that the only dawah that I've done now my brother C.L. Edwards will prove that you're a liar. Brother Abu Yazid, is it true or is it a lie that the only dawah that I made has been on Kenny Bomer's show?
What I've known,
my videos.
You've had a channel for over a decade that you've been doing dawah.
Masha alhamdulillah. So what does that make Kenny Bomer? Does it make him a liar?
Allahu.
Yes or no?
I cannot.
He clearly said, I can tell you, I can go back now to my archives, because I've dated everything and I know which video and which timestamp where he says the only dawah that he made was on my channel. Is that true? Is that true? You just confirmed that it's fake, that it's a lie. So what does Kenny Bomer do? Until this date, 2021, he lies. He lies. Why would I believe a person who lies? Huh? People in the chat now are shocked. They're shocked with what you just declared. They're shocked.
Okay, I think Brother C.L. Edwards. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were done. I got that message you were done, so I just wanted to.
No,
I was waiting to
I am
mention
done.
that.
I am.
Very good
Okay.
comment. No, Katerina and Mindy, I'm not going to apologize to you ever. Okay, so forget it. I just read the comment in the chat.
Okay, let's ignore those comments right now. I just want to just one thing before we're gonna bring you back down with along with the panelists. I gotta bring Brother Kenny in now for his side of the things. But one thing was Dr. Yvonne did say that I would like to see Ziyad's email from the police confirming they had dropped the investigation. So I think she was still waiting for that. If you can find that, that would be great. In the meantime, what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna drop the panelists. Yeah,
I have to go search for that, but I have it. I
sure,
have it.
sure. Yeah, no problem. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take a time now to drop the panelists, and I'm going to bring up brother Kenny for his side of the story. I'm going to bring down the other panelists. So if you just give me a second here, I'm taking down Dr. Yvonne and then Jake as well, and I'm going to bring up brother Kenny now to give his side of what we have seen so far. And so, Assalamu alaikum, brother Kenny. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. Wa alaikum salam, brother. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you since you've been waiting behind stage patiently, and take it away for you to go ahead and respond now to some of the allegations here.
Okay, all right. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I do bear witness there's no God other than Allah, and I do bear witness that Muhammad is his final servant and the seal of all prophets. One of the slogans for the Consider This TV network, the slogan for the Consider This TV network is that truth will be made clear from falsehood. Truth will be made clear from falsehood. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. And I'm the one that came up with that slogan. But you notice the number of times that I've been called a liar here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through, and I could literally, Allahu Akbar, I could literally prove within 5 minutes that his slanders against me are false. But as you see, the consistency of a man does indeed define who he is. And consistently, this individual has been making video after video, talking very vulgar about me. And my attempt to defend myself is to bring him to this panel, and by Allah's will, alhamdulillah rabbil alameen, it's actually happened, and it's actually happened just as I envisioned it to happen, and it's just as I prayed that Allah would allow it to happen, and it's alhamdulillah, it's beautiful in my mind. So it's totally beautiful. Praise be to Allah. So what I'm going to do, brother, I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to talk about some key points here. And remember, I'm going to stress again that I could solve this within 5 minutes, but I'll go through some things because of the severity of the accusations and the slanders that he has made against me. It's important that people understand the fact that not only am I trying to protect my integrity as an author and also the founder of the Consider This TV network, but also the integrity of every affiliate associated with the network due to the water well campaign, the water well project that we have, where we're trying to construct water wells in the country of Ghana. It's important that the people who've donated that donate to these causes, that they trust us. And if they don't trust me, if they don't trust the other affiliates, then it undermines the whole organization. And it's very important. Also, in the defense of my son, who was attacked, I'm going to demonstrate that here shortly. But in defense of just the slanders against me and my son, even my ex-wife, who Ziyad in his presentation there made it seem as though that we're all in cahoots trying to scam people out of money through GoFundMe. And again, truth will be made clear from falsehood. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Shadu Allah ilaha illallah. Shadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. So, brother, I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
And let me get it set up real quick.
I'll add it up to the screen right when you.
And all right, let me know when it's showing there.
Yes, it's adding. Okay, and then let me just go ahead and make it the main screen.
Okay, you can see my little. Okay, there we go. All right, so what I'm going to demonstrate here through this is that for 7 months now, this fire happened in January. It actually happened on January the 13th. But for 7 months, Ziyad Karam was on my panel. He was an affiliate with the Consider This TV network. We had many private discussions. You know, I loved the brother. I tried to help the brother when I could financially with a couple of times. And not only that, but just 2 or 3 weeks before he made this initial accusation, the brother had mentioned earlier that he's getting married soon, and he asked me in front of other witnesses that if I would perform his nikah service, that I would perform his wedding service, and we were going to do it online because obviously he's in Greece and I'm in the United States. But the brother apparently respected me enough just 2 or 3 weeks prior to these accusations, asked me to perform his wedding service. Okay, so apparently he must have thought highly enough of me at that point to ask me to do so. So this actually occurred after some racial slurs were made against the people of Turkey during one of our live streams, and I asked the brother to issue a sincere apology. There was another brother that he had mentioned, Brother Charles Doyle, that was very upset to address it. Brother Charles didn't think that I was handling it as strongly as I should have. And I was telling the brother that, I want to give Brother Ziyad the benefit of the doubt. I don't think that he initially meant it to be racist. One of the things in Islam is that we're not supposed to have suspicion against our Muslim brothers, and we're supposed to think the best of them. And so I wanted to give Ziyad the opportunity to correct himself and to issue a sincere apology. And he did come and give an apology after some coaxing, but no one believed it, and it was very offensive. As a matter of fact, he came on and he actually made it worse. The people in the chat didn't believe it. The panelists that were on, the Muslim brothers and sisters, we talked about it afterwards, and no one believed that it was sincere based on the delivery of that apology. As a matter of fact, not only that, but after we discussed that, Brother Charles still was upset and wanted to hold him accountable, and so he wanted to produce a video. So I started telling Brother Charles, patient, please be patient. Let me contact Ziyad. The brother loves, respects me. Every time I call him, he always responds to my text. Give me a time to contact him. Brother Charles told me that he had to tell Ziyad that he had 8 hours until 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. that evening to issue a sincere apology. In the meantime, I'm receiving emails and so forth and text messages from people who are offended based on the racial comments that Ziyad had made against the people of Turkey. And so I was kind of stuck in the middle here. I'm trying to get Brother Charles to be patient, at the same time trying to contact Ziyad and trying to get him to issue an apology. And so I called him numerous times that day. And yes, he was at work, and he was very offensive and very insulting. And part of that, in that discourse, he said that unlike some people, he actually does have a job. And I'm thinking, what is the brother trying to say here when he first said that? Then he made mention of the fact that he said he said that unlike some people, he doesn't have to fraud people through GoFundMe because he actually has a job. And I was highly offended by that. There was an issue about a video that he wanted deleted, and actually I thought he was talking about a different video and so forth. So he was upset. He didn't like the fact that I was contacting him and trying to get him to issue a second apology. And so he was furious. You can tell just by his demeanor here on the panel that he is high strung, to say the least. And again, the consistency of a man defines who he is. And he said some very offensive things that offended me greatly. And this was a private discussion with a brother that he just asked me to perform his nikah service just 2 weeks prior. And I'm like, brother, why are you talking to me like that? Why are you calling me a liar? And I did tell him. I told him, you know what? If we were in person, I'd take my belt off and beat you behind with it. And I said some stuff that I regretted because I'm a Muslim. And I regretted it. And so I did delete those messages because I felt guilty about losing my temper that way. Matter of fact, I was the one stuck in the middle of Brother Charles and Brother Ziyad, and I was the one telling them to be patient. And because of the way Ziyad was talking to me, you can see clearly the way he speaks that it's very difficult to, especially if you're the target of his accusations and his attacks and so forth. It's very hard for a person to maintain their composure in the midst of all that. And so, yes, I lost my temper, and I told him some things that were a bit harsh, and he never did issue an apology. As a matter of fact, instead of issuing another apology to the people of Turkey, he instead made a video doubling down on his comments and supporting his comments, and it made everything worse. And meanwhile, myself and the Consider This TV affiliates, we were discussing the issue behind the scenes. We're like, okay, we got to get this brother to apologize. And so what I'm going to prove here through the course of this is that he's made these accusations based on a typo. I'm going to get to this issue about the timeline as far as when all this started here momentarily, because we'll get to it here shortly. But I'm going to prove that he made his accusations based on a typo. He made it based on the fact, as he initially stated in his the original video that we played earlier, that because of our interactions, our private discussion, because I was a bit harsh on him. Remember, I was mad at him, and I said some things that, I wish I didn't say those things, but I was a bit perturbed, to say the least, by the way he was talking to me, and it was unnecessary because I was trying to actually do him a favor and trying to encourage him to, for the sake of Allah and for the sake of peace amongst everyone, to issue a sincere apology that people actually believed. No one believed his apology. He was furious about that, and there we went. But he made these accusations based on that and based on a typo. I'm going to prove here shortly, I'm going to prove it for a fact that he knew the date of the fire. I've got a few different sources that I'm going to prove that through. I'm going to prove that he created a fake Facebook post. Just initially, if you notice that when he showed that little square, after he showed the so-called screenshot that he made, it was a screenshot of something, but you can see that it says date created August the 9th. Crucial date created August the 9th. Date manipulated, or date what's the word underneath it? Date whenever you mess with what is it, brother?
Modified.
Yeah, the date modified, the same date, August the 9th. So it's going to give all, and I'm going to prove it. I'm going to prove it clearly that he's created this fake Facebook post. I'm going to prove it without a question. Truth will be made clear from falsehood. We demonstrated that he consorted with Islamophobes that are known enemies of Islam from a platform on Global Patriot Radio, where these people attack the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam consistently. They call him a pedophile consistently. These are true Islamophobes that he consorted with just last week on Thursday, the September the 16th, and he's accusing me of apostating because I contacted Sam Shimon, who's not a Muslim. So I owe Sam Shimon nothing, but nor was I consorting with Sam Shimon. But he was, in fact, on this stream just last week with these Islamophobes, consorting with them in their attacks against me. We're going to prove that and demonstrate just the character, because truly the consistency of a man defines who he is. And so I'm going to get to the issue with Sam Shimon here shortly in regards to Ziyad trying to undermine my character and so forth, based on things from almost 10 years ago with my ex-wife and so forth, where I was charged with 4 felonies. And I was not convicted of those felonies. No, I've never been to prison. I was not convicted of those felonies, nor am I a felon today. I have no felony record. Alhamdulillah, this truth is made clear from falsehood. That's a fact. And so he claimed, by example, about forgeries. And he claimed forgeries, and he used the excuse in one of his videos that he used to work for a university, and part of his job was to show forgeries on these documents and so forth. Well, how are you going to claim forgery over a document that you haven't laid your eyes on? In regards to that document, I don't know Ziyad anything. He made these accusations against me. He brought these claims against me. And initially I did say, you know what, I'm going to prove to you. I'm going to get the fire report, and I'm going to make sure you get a copy of it. And but I started thinking about it. I was like, wait a minute. Now he's gone totally out of the sunnah. He's accused me of something without proof. And it's his obligation, if you're going to accuse someone based on the sunnah, that you have to produce your proof before you bring these accusations, or you're actually the one guilty. And that's indeed the case here. And everyone can clearly see that through the course of his presentation today, because he's produced no evidence. And let's clarify something. Again, the slogan for our channel, our network, Consider This TV, is that truth is made clear from falsehood. And a person who slanders someone with no evidence is a liar. And indeed, the truth is the truth, even if no one believes it. And a lie is a lie, even if everyone believes it. as truth is made clear from falsehood. So let's go ahead and get into this evidence, okay? And we see here that initially, so this is one of his initial videos that he made. He said that I scammed everyone, called the fire department and checked the calendar, blah, blah, blah. Sent them an email, even made long distance phone calls. Same stuff that he said here today. And he did mention that this is a volunteer fire department. So he never even actually spoke to these people, but he's making these accusations against me. So let's go to let me back up for a second. I went a little bit too far here. Okay, so let's go to, okay, so this, I'm going to prove, maybe I should go ahead and jump into it and prove it now. Matter of fact, maybe I should go ahead and prove it now. Now, notice you see this this red circle here. He brought this up initially last week on the Islamophobe platform with these so-called Christians, and you'll notice some things here. For one, you'll notice up here at the top here, if you can see my the little ball, the circle there. Can you see that, Brother Mort? You see that little circle for my cursor?
Yeah, I need to make it full screen for me to see that. Yeah,
okay.
I can see that.
Okay, great. Okay, so you notice that it says Ziyad Karam right here, right? And
yes,
down here it says Ziyad Karam. And notice something about this peculiar post. Let me down here at the bottom it says it has 211 comments and it has 88 shares. 211 comments and 88 shares, and 233 people have either hit the smiley face or whatever, the like button or whatever. Okay, so keep that in your mind as we go to something here shortly. Now, it says my ex-wife's and younger sons, for one, I wouldn't word it this way, nor would I say house, I would say home, just got burned down and they lost everything. Okay, well, this is interesting. This is quite interesting. And let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because I'm going to go to another, let me get my glasses just real quick. I'm going to go to another bear with me 1 second. I got to remember which. Oh, here it is. Okay. So here we go. Now let's go to this Facebook post here. If you notice, brother, this is the actual Facebook post, and it's made on January the 13th. As a matter of fact, Ziyad must not know that he's fumbled the ball and he's buried himself in his own lies and debauchery. Because if you notice here, if you click on January 13th up here, guess what it says? Wednesday, January the 13th. So remember this Wednesday, January the 13th at 5:09 a.m. Okay. And I said, my younger son and ex-wife's home just burned down, lost everything. May Allah make it easy for them. At least they are safe. With hardship comes ease. Alhamdulillah. And notice down here, it says 88 comments and 2 shares. 88 comments and 2 shares. Now, if you go through this, matter of fact, here's Muhammad Bati. And he's responding. If you see that with right beside like and reply, you see it says 36 weeks here. I don't know if you can see this here, but you see. Hopefully, you can see it.
Yeah. It
says Wednesday. So, Brother Muhammad Bati, he responded on Wednesday, January the 13th, at 5:12 a.m. Now, again, the post was made. The fire happened late in the night on January the 13th, Wednesday, January the 13th, night of the 12th, morning of the January the 13th. And I made this post at 5:09 a.m. Right there, clearly. Brother Mort, can you see that? Can you see that?
Yes, I can. So
okay,
January 13th at 5:09 a.m.
Okay, so now, and it has 89 comments, 2 shares. Okay. And now this is still up today. Anyone can go to although I did put my Facebook on private because he was going into my personal life from 10 years ago and 13 years ago. And, I don't want this type of individual going into my past and so forth. Let me clarify something. So my wife, my ex-wife was never a Muslim. She was a Christian, not a very good, I don't want to say that, but she was a Christian. She was a Christian, and if she wanted to put up a Christmas tree, then in Islam, we have to allow people their religious freedom and allow them to put up the Christmas tree. Okay. But this was also a period of time where I wasn't as close to Allah as I am today. That issue with going through the issue with my ex-wife in 2014 and all those things and the difficulties I went through. And I did spend 357 days in jail, in the county jail. Not only I went through 315 days in Brazoria County, then I had to go do another 10 days or whatever it was in or whatever number of days it was in Harris County to deal with another charge that I was exonerated from, right? And so, but at this period of time before this, I was a Muslim, but I wasn't the Muslim that I am today. I wasn't the Muslim that I am today. That issue there, I mentioned in my book, Consider Islam. That issue in my life, I describe in my book in the very first, in the introduction, I describe it as my worst nightmare come true, but it was also my greatest blessing in disguise. But it was that situation that caused me to latch on to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and to Islam, this gift that we've been given like never before. And here we are today. I strive in the cause of Allah. That's what I've been doing every day since. So what I've done in my past, whether it be true or not true, has nothing to do with these accusations, and it's just a desperate attempt to slander my name and so forth, because he has nothing else to rely upon. And so, in regards to these comments, you'll notice if you go through here, you'll see that they're all responding as their new comments. Like these people are just now being exposed to this information. As a matter of fact, let's go to this other screen here. Well, lo and behold, this is the same. Now, this is the same post, right? This is the same post. Now, if you scroll down, and lo and behold, well, look who we have here commenting and responding. Let me go back and find it here. Bear with me 1 second. Lo and behold, who do we have responding to this original post? But none other than Ziyad Karam. Brother, can you see his name here? Can you see his name here? Okay, great. So this is 36 weeks ago, and it says he responded on Wednesday, January the 13th at what time? At what time? Bear with me.
7:51 a.m.
7:51 a.m. And I responded to him in return at, bear with me, I'll get with at 8:18 a.m. I responded to him. He's asking me, Ya Allah, he says, Ya Allah, how did this happen? And I said, Ziyad Karam, they think it was a space heater. Now, if you go through this post, people that are on my friends list, the Muslim brothers and sisters that are actually on my friend list, you can go back to January the 13th, and you'll see that every comment here are people responding. You know, they just now found out about it. You know why they just found out about it? Because it just happened. It just happened, right? And so,
I have a question, Brother Kenny.
Go ahead, brother.
Can you go to maybe in a separate tab, go to January 1st and see if you ever made a post on January 1st? Like, so we can see your Facebook from January 1st, see what was posted.
Yeah, it's going to take a while to scroll through it, brother, but I can do that. Absolutely. If you want me to do that, I will do that.
Maybe. Yeah, we can look and see what was happening on January 1st.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, another point to point out about January 1st. Now, I'm going to go to the GoFundMe here in a moment. I'm going to go to the GoFundMe. So let's go to my, bear with me, because it's going to take a little while to get down there, unless somebody knows a quicker way to, matter of fact, there is a quicker way to get to it. Bear with me 1 second. So,
well, maybe we can get to that later on. Why don't we go to your GoFundMe first and leave that open? We'll look at that later on.
But yeah, we can certainly do that. We'll go through it. Now, he's made the claim that I've gone through and I've deleted posts and so forth. But before, I don't want to go to the GoFundMe yet. But he's made claims that I've deleted posts since then. But there's still 18 between January 1st and January the 13th. There's 18 posts there. No, I didn't. If you're going to claim that I deleted posts, where are they? Where are they? And why would you, Ziyad Karam, why would you be commenting and responding to this post that I made at 7:18 or whatever time it was, brother? It was yeah. So this is Ziyad Karam. Everyone plainly see Wednesday, January the 13th, 2021 at 7:51 a.m. Ziyad himself is responding, asking how did this happen? Now, remember, he's been on my panel. We communicated consistently. He would have known about this situation. If I made the post on January the 1st, he would have already been talking about this. He wouldn't be asking me a question like this on January the 13th. He would have already known about it. As much as we get online with the YouTube and getting in these discussions and so forth, he wouldn't be asking me this question on January the 13th. at 7:51 a.m., only a couple of hours or whatever it is after I made the original post. At what? Let's go back and look at it again. Let's go back and look at it again. At what time? Lo and behold, up here, 5:09 a.m., Wednesday, January 13th at 5:09 a.m. Now, one of my moderators, okay, that he has attacked numerous times, she's actually put together a video, okay, and we're gonna play this video. Bear with me 1 second. That's not what I intended to do there. We're gonna play this video. If I can get this out of the way. I don't know how that popped up. Bear with me 1 second here.
If you need to unshare and unshare again, let me know.
Okay, let me see. Okay, let me just X out of that. Let me go back to. Let me just reopen it. It'll be easier for me just to reopen it real quick. Just take 1 second. All right. So this is. All right. So let me show you how much evidence I have about this fire. I have this whole file right here about the fire, and all of this is all my evidence. Okay. But this piece of evidence I want to go through, we're not going to go through all of this. It may look overwhelming there, but we're going to go through most of it, by the way. But let me click on this video here, and we're going to play this video. Okay.
Hello, my name is Mindy. I am also known as the Sassy.
Brother, can you hear that?
Yeah, we can, but we couldn't see the video though.
Okay. Oh, you can't. Okay, bear with me 1 second.
On YouTube. And I'm doing
So maybe
this
pause that
short
video and then bring it
today
back to the
just to
screen
demonstrate
that you're sharing and
how
then play it.
Yeah, let me move it real quick. Hold on 1 second. Bear with me 1 second as we move it over. Okay, so this is the video. All right. Now she created this video about these Facebook posts. Now this is information I didn't even know, and thank you, Mindy, for putting this together because she knows the facts about this issue. So let's listen to this video.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Mindy. I am also known as the Sassy Heathen on YouTube. And I'm doing this short video today just to demonstrate how to edit a post on Facebook and what happens when you change the date of something that you post to your timeline. So just as an example, I put up this test post. As you can see, if I hover over the just now, it shows that I posted it Monday, September the 20th, 2021 at 8:38 p.m. If we go down to the comment that I left, we can also hover over the time, and it says Monday, September the 20th, 2021 at 8:38 p.m. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go in and we're going to click the three little dots. We're going to go down to edit date. And just for the purposes of this particular video, we're going to click on the date. We're going to change the date to September the 1st, 2021, and we're going to click done. Now we're going to refresh the page. And as you can see, the post disappeared. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into our filters. We're going to go and find the post that I just changed. We're going to go to September the 1st and click done. This is going to bring up all the posts that I did on September the 1st. And as you can see here, this is the post that I just made showing September the 1st, the date that I changed it to at 8:38 p.m. Now, one thing to note is that when you make changes to a post and you actually change the date, this little clock will appear next to the post indicating that it has been edited. And if we hover our mouse over that little clock, it will actually show the original date that I put it on my timeline, which would have been today at 8:38 p.m. And if we go down here to my comment, you'll notice that the date of my comment remained the same, Monday, September the 20th, 2021 at 8:38 p.m. So although I changed the date of the post, the comment remains the same. It will also indicate to my friends that can see my timeline that this is an edited post, and they can specifically see the date that I originally made the post, even though I changed it to say September the 1st at 8:38 p.m. Now, why this is important is because if we flip over to Kenny Bomer's Facebook page, here you can see the original post that Kenny made when he first announced that there had been a fire. This particular post is the one that Ziyad used when he was on the Christian panel as evidence that Kenny Bomer had originally posted on the 1st of January. But as you can see, there is no clock next to the date, indicating that this is the original date that Kenny actually made this post, meaning that what Ziyad used for evidence in that stream was actually a photoshopped screenshot. So this is the actual date that Kenny posted this on January the 13th, 2021 at 6:09 a.m. And we can even see that if we go down into the comments of this particular post, if you hover over the date, it will show each individual comment and what day that it was posted. And a majority of them were posted on January the 13th, 2021. And if required, we can go through all 89 comments to check the date. So hopefully this helps in proving that Ziyad or his cohort actually doctored this Photoshop to support their side of the case. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay. All right. So does that make sense? Does anyone need to hear that again or see that again? I'll be glad to play it again if need be. Brother Moore, can you hear me?
Yeah, I understood the point that she was making. Yeah, I mean, let me ask the judges if they need any more clarification.
Okay. Yeah, I want to make sure that
they need. If not, we can continue.
Yeah. Okay. All right. If they need to clarify, we can do that, inshallah. Okay. So now, all right. So let me go back to this. This here. Okay. So we've dealt with this. This thing here. This right here is you see the little globe here, and so forth. But my original post had 2 shares and 88 or 89 comments, whatever it was, 88 or 89 comments and so forth. So someone has actually manipulated this and did some Photoshop work, and it's evident that that's the case. Again, it goes back to why would Ziyad Karam be commenting on the 13th if he himself, this is a crucial and vital point. Now remember that here it is, this post is supposedly made on January the 1st, which would indicate that Ziyad already knew about the issue. Okay. You see his name down here. Let me move my cursor so you can see better. Brother, do you see Ziyad Karam's name underneath that green mark there with the green arrow?
Yes.
Okay, so this indicates that Ziyad Karam, if I made this post on January the 1st, Ziyad Karam would have hit like or thumbs up or whatever, smiley face or whatever the heck he would have done. He would have done this on January the 1st. Okay. If in fact this was a legitimate post. But why, if we go back to, let me go back to it just for the sake of it. If we go back to the actual post, why is Ziyad responding at 7:18 a.m. asking the question about the fire if he was already hitting a smiley face on January the 1st? And once again, here's his name right here, plain as day. And at 7:51 a.m. on Wednesday, January the 13th, the day that I made the post at 7:51 a.m., Ziyad Karam is asking the question, how did this happen? Well, how did this happen, Ziyad? How could this possibly be that I made a post that you responded to on January the 1st, but somehow 12 days later you have amnesia? Truth is made clear from falsehood. And so Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala turns mockery back on the people who mock and slander and do things unjust in this life. You can be assured you'll pay the price in this life and on the day of judgment for your mockeries and your lies. Alhamdulillah. So with that being said, let's go to the next bit of evidence. Okay. The next bit of evidence. Okay. So let's go to, did my screen stop showing, brother?
Yeah, it did. I think you might need to fix that.
Okay, let me share it again. I must have done something, but please forgive me for the time delay here. Okay, so all right, So now notice Ziyad Karam has done all this slandering. Look at all these videos where he's saying the most vile and disgusting things about me. And he made another video just today. I didn't have time to add it to this, but you can see exposing KB's forgeries and forgeries versus reality. Beholder guard exposing me. Please stop. All these things. He even talks about my son. Saying as if I'm talking to my son, I got to teach you how to lie a bit better and so forth. These are videos that Ziyad made. You can find them on his channel. He's proud of these things. He's proud of slandering, even if these things would have been true, which they're not, obviously. But is it not the sunnah to hide the sins of your Muslim brothers and sisters and to not expose their wrongdoing, lest Allah turn it back on you and expose your lies and your wrongdoing? That's exactly what's happening right now. Allahu Akbar. That's exactly what's happening right now. The consistency of a man defines who he is. What does he put right here on this one? You see what he says here? It says he's got my face there. It says I love drugs, LSD rocks. I've never been drunk or high a day in my life. I've never been drunk or high a day of my life. Have I tasted alcohol before? Yes, I have. Unfortunately. Was I a Muslim when I did it? Yes, I was. Unfortunately. But I've never been drunk through it. And that was years ago. That was over 10 years ago. That was years ago. And so, alhamdulillah. And so anyway, so let's go to the next slide. I just wanted to demonstrate how vile and vicious this individual has been. Now, I mentioned that on September the 16th, 2021, he went on the show with Eric, the man who calls himself Eric. Now, he consorted with known Islamophobes. This is an anti-Muslim, anti-Islam platform. They ridicule the Prophet, peace be upon him, consistently on the show. It's recognized by the Southern Poverty Law Center as a anti-Islam hate-mongering platform, and he consorted with them against me, a Muslim. Now, when I called Sam Shimon and told Sam Shimon, hey, look, these same guys, this guy Radical Moderate right here that I'm circling with my mouse, his name right here. You see Ziyad is on here, right here with him. Well, guess what? This Ziyad Karam, this Radical Moderate guy, Robert Wells, he's the very first one who made this initial accusation against me about fire, claiming the same thing based on him calling and supposedly speaking to a librarian and a bartender and a waitress in Nixon, Texas. And that's what he built his claims against me about this fire on, initially. He's this guy right here, Radical Moderate, Robert Wells. He's in the chat, as a matter of fact. He's the very first one that made this claim. That's where Ziyad got it to begin with. And now Ziyad's on the panel with these guys in a state of apostasy, attacking his Muslim brother. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says clearly in the Quran, do not take Christians and Jews as close confidants and allies over your Muslim brothers. And those who do so are among them. Now, there's a big difference between consorting against your Muslim brother, either one Muslim brother or the entire community. That makes you an apostate by the words of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Me going to Sam Shimon and saying, hey, Sam, listen, I know you've been through similar things with your ex-wife. As a matter of fact, when I told Sam Shimon the things that transpired in my life, Sam Shimon, in a private discussion, he broke down crying. He said, Kenny, brother, I'm telling you that I will never attack you ever again. And I've not attacked Sam either. I've not attacked Sam either. Now, plenty of accusations out there saying that I got people working for me like I'm a puppet master and that I'm in some kind of brainwash everybody to do my bidding. They're my cronies and so forth. Come on, man. Come on. Where's your decency? Now, I contacted Sam Shimon to say, Sam, you've been through similar things. In our previous discussion with Sam, talking to him and telling him, listen, this is what happened. My ex-wife brought Sam Shimon to tears. He'll admit it. Matter of fact, he has admitted it numerous times. And so that's not me consorting with Sam against Muslims. That's me consorting with Sam to say, Sam, these so-called Christians, they're attacking me. They hate me over there on this channel. Can you get these guys to not post this stuff from 10 years ago with my ex-wife? Because this is my personal life. These are things that I was accused of years ago that I've made public myself, and being accused of charged with 4 felonies that I wasn't convicted of. Allahu Akbar. So Allah saved me from far worse slanders than these. So truth is made clear from falsehood. Why do you think that I have adopted that slogan for this network that I've started? That truth is made clear from falsehood. I say this all of the time because I've lived through lies and slanders, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala always makes sure that truth is made clear from falsehood. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. And that's why I contacted Sam Shimon and said, look, man, these things were lies, but these guys are going into my public life. They've stepped outside of the area of interfaith dialogue and debate. Now they're attacking me through ad hominem and trying to undermine and discredit me. And, claiming I've been, matter of fact, the latest claim is that I'm an arsonist, that I actually started this fire and burned down the house that my own son was living in. That's the latest claims. And it all started from this nonsense. Okay. So again, it started with this so-called Muslim brother joining ranks with these known Islamophobes. That is apostasy by the words of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And there's no question about that. Now let's look at what this Eric the Kafir has to say about this. What does he have to say? He says, let me just back up just one second. He says, this Thursday, I'm going to go against advice of other panelists, blah, blah, blah. He's going to have Ziyad Karam on this platform on the YouTube channel. He says, Beholder Guard reached out to me. Now this is Ziyad reaching out to this guy last week, asking me to come on to provide his case against the Imam Kenny Bomer. We all watched the videos he's made about what he believes was a false GoFundMe page that Kenny made to help his ex-wife and son recover from a fire he claimed occurred on January the 1st. Well, it's a typo. I didn't actually claim that it happened on January the 1st. I'm going to prove that here in a moment. He says Thursday, we're going to allow him to provide what information and evidence he has supporting this claim. He has stated that he's going to provide an inside look into the corruption that is considered this TV network. He has stated that he is going to provide an inside look into the corruption that is the Consider This TV network and the Imam Kenny Bomer. Now, this is an attack not only against Kenny Bomer, but all of the affiliates of Consider This TV, all the 10 channels that are associated with this Dawah platform that we're trying to establish a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week Dawah channel that we're building towards. And so he's saying that this is Ziyad saying this, that he's going to provide them an inside look of corruption that is the Consider This TV network and Kenny Bomer. And up in the top corner, if you see where my mouse is or whatever, it says the reason I'm providing him this platform is to voice his claims is because the only alternative has been offered by the Imam is to attend some sort of dog and pony show of the Shurah trial. So this is he's going to sit with these guys that are calling our process of finding justice in Islam, referring to it as a dog and pony show in the Shurah trial. And Ziyad himself, he says that he doesn't respect any of the judges, except for the couple that he tried to kiss up to a moment ago, Sister Yvonne Ridley and brother Abu Yazid, that he clearly was trying to suck up to them in that process. But he says, what does Eric say? Eric says, now this is the Christian saying, so-called Christian. He says, to be honest, I could care less if what Beholder Guard Ziyad says is true or not. They're just making it's just mockery of Islam to these people. Okay, now keep in mind that this is what we're doing is dawah for the Muslims and the non-Muslims, showing how we put in practice justice in Islam based on the words of Allah and based on the Sunnah of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. What does he say? He says, I just blew it up so people could see better. He says, no one's disputing. This is what the Christian says. No one's disputing the location of the fire. It's a non-starter. He says, so when Ziyad, Beholder Guard Ziyad, was going through those pics, he says it did not prove a thing that he could see. And it only showed that there might not have been a fire at the location the pictures posted, blah, blah, blah. He says, easy enough to prove. Go down to the second paragraph. Easy enough to prove with a report. We're going to get to the report here in a moment. He says, it can also be proven with pictures of the fire report. He says, I don't care what money was raised, paid, or used in this case. It does not matter to me. This is an email that he actually sent to me. This is a private email. He says he doesn't care what money was raised, blah, blah, blah. He says it matters to those who gave. And that's the point of why I'm doing this. That's why I'm showing what he's saying here, because that's the point. It does matter to the people who donated because it matters to me. I thank those people who donated. And I thank the people who donated to the water well projects because it's important. It undermines the integrity. This Muslim, so-called Muslim that has slandered me, Ziyad Karam, has undermined the very credibility of our water well project. And that means that the people that need this water, they're suffering from it. Because we could have already possibly raised the entire bit of money that we're trying to raise if not for this slander. We all collectively said we got to get past this before, to make sure that people understand and respect and trust that when they donate to this cause, that this money is going to a good cause. And so that's the purpose of the Shurah Council, not just because of the pride of Kenny Bomer, not because I'm just, stubborn or whatever, but because the integrity of all of it, and because he attacked my son, and he attacked my credibility, and even tried to implicate my ex-wife in saying we're all in cahoots about this. And he says, your Facebook page lists you saying, blah, 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 your ex-wife burned down on January the 1st. So basically the same claims and so forth. He says on the GoFundMe page, was the same date. We're going to get to that in here in a second. But now your fire occurred on the 12th of the 13th. I've only said that it happened on the 12th and 13th, the night of the 12th, the morning of the 13th. That's all I've ever claimed except for a typo. He says, and then you're claiming that the date was a typo. How does a typo get a date stamp, Kenny? Well, I'm going to show you how the typo gets a date stamp here in a moment. Very clearly. Truth is made clear from falsehood. He says, also, those other folks whom you haven't sent to Blockistan have seen you deleted all kinds of posts between the 1st and the 13th. No, I didn't. There's 18 posts up there. I went and counted. And just for the sake of it, to see, and we can go through those posts here momentarily. We'll just like Brother Mort asked, and we can see what was on my mind during that time span. You'll see it had nothing to do with the fire, anything like that. So let me go to the next screen. I don't want to spend any more time on this guy here. So he says, well, let me say this. This is what he says. He says, the question in all of this ultimately lies in why did you post that your wife and son had lost all that they had from the fire on the 1st of January as timestamped by your Facebook post, which I've already proven that that's a fake Facebook post that he's relying upon. I've already proved that a second ago. He says, in GoFundMe post, and he says, don't say the typo as a date. He says, don't say typo as the date stamp on your Facebook post contradicts that. So let's go to, just briefly, let's go to the original GoFundMe post. Well, lo and behold, here it is. It raised $4,220, right? And if you go down here and you look, you see, I say, Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you. A fire completely destroyed the home of my wife and my ex-wife and my younger son, Reuben Bomer, on the morning of Wednesday, January 1st, 2021 in Nixon, Texas. This was a typo. If it would have been the first, I would have made note of the fact that, doing the dawah and so forth, I would have made note of, in some capacity, I'm writing a book titled Everything is a Test. You can be assured that I would have said, here it is the first of the year and the test already began. It would have been the first of the year. It was New Year's Day if that would have been the case. But it was a typo. I simply made a typo here. I made a typo, and let me prove it to you. Because these fools had blundered and walked right into their own trap. And he was talking about burying people earlier. You've actually buried yourself in your own debauchery and your own lies and false accusations. Because look down here. What does this say right here, Brother Mort? Can you see it? It says created January 13th, 2021. This is the timestamp on GoFundMe. Despite what someone writes up here in the, let me get that off of there real quick.
Yeah, in the text, in the description, I get that. Yeah. I just wanted to also, I did a quick check. I went to the GoFundMe myself while you were talking about it, just to make sure I went there and verify. It does say it was created on January 13th, and the typo, it does say Wednesday, January 1st. I did a quick check while you're speaking right now. I went to the calendar, and the 1st of January would be a Friday. And the 13th of January would be a Wednesday.
Right. And the fact that the fact that I mentioned Wednesday. Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just want to let you know that I see a Wednesday in there as well too, which corroborates that it's the 13th. 13th does fall on a Wednesday.
Absolutely. Otherwise, I'd have put Friday if I was trying to do some kind of scam or trying to plan through this arson that they've accused me of. I'm going to make this post on January the 1st, and then by the 12th or 13th, I'm going to go and burn my ex-wife and my son. My son lives there. I'm going to go burn my son's house down? I mean, come on. What kind of swine of the humankind would make such a claim? That's disgusting. That's disgusting. And so the mere fact that I mentioned Wednesday, January, it was a typo here. Again, the timestamp is, thank you for asking, Eric the Kafir, and Ziyad, thank you for bringing it up so adamantly, trying to convince people that I've done some kind of a evil thing here. It says clearly, once again, created January 13th, 2021. As truth is made clear from falsehood. Alhamdulillah. Rabbil Alameen. So let's go back to this. Okay. That's not that. Let's go back to, I got so many windows open that it's, all right, this is the right one. Okay, so let's go back to this. So he mentioned the GoFundMe and the timestamp. Am I still with you, brother?
Yep, you are with me.
Okay, well, I don't know why this popped up here, but okay. All right, now notice, is this the next slide here? Or did I fast forward a little bit?
I see pictures of.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm clicking forward too much a little bit. Okay, it's skipping. Okay, here we go. All right, so now this fire happened on 10th Street, at the end of 10th Street, which is also nicknamed Power Plant Road, which is also County Road 173. Okay, so look at these pictures here. Okay, these are the pictures that I posted on the GoFundMe. And let's proceed. It's skipping one. There it is. Okay, that's just the same photos. Nevertheless. Okay, now notice something here. Notice this picture here that I have this arrow here on the bottom where you see this red couch. You see this red couch? I'm going to go to the next. It's next photo, and notice on the wall. Brother, do you see this huge B right here on the wall?
Yes.
Okay. Well, guess what? My last name is Bomer. My son's last name is Bomer, obviously. And my ex-wife, her new last name is Boatwright. So that B either stands for Bomer or Boatwright, or maybe both. I don't know. I'd like to think it stands for Bomer. But this was hanging up in the house with a big B. Now, what did I do? Did I go online and try to go through all these in order to create this big scam and scam people out of their money? Go and try to find fire pits inside someone's home where they got a big B hanging up on the wall? Absolutely not. Of course not. This is the B that was in that. This is the house here. I mean, so if you see the evidence stacking up, alhamdulillah, truth is made clear from falsehood. So, brother, you see that big B right there, right?
I do see that in the wall, yes. It appears to be a B, yeah.
Yeah. So again, I've only said that this fire happened on January the 13th. Let's make sure you said it a B. I want to make sure that everyone can clearly distinguish that this is a B. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see. I mean, it appears to be a B. It could be an 8 or a B, but it looks like a B to me. I mean, it's burnt. I can't really tell, but it's from the side, but it appears to be a B.
Yeah, it's a B. If I need to zoom in on something here shortly, I'll do that. Okay, so bear with me because it's okay. All right, now this is the morning. The fire happened early in the morning, and I received calls from my ex-wife and my son initially, and then we were texting. And at 6:16 a.m., I asked my son, "Are you okay?" He says, "Yes." He says, "Yeah." I said, "Still at the house?" He says, "Yes." I said, "Everything will be okay. Send photos when you can. I will set up a GoFundMe. The Muslims will help." Alhamdulillah. I said, "The Muslims will help." And he started sending me photos. And he said he couldn't go inside because of the fire. He said, "My son's telling me right here in the slide number 2, these are text messages. I couldn't go inside." I said, "No need to go in there. Too dangerous. I will start the GoFundMe and try to help all I can." Slide number 3 says, I tell him everything will be okay. Again, send photos when you can. I will set up the GoFundMe. The Muslims will help. The Muslims will help. Okay, then go to 17. I mean, this is slide 17, but never this number 4. Okay, I said, I tell him, try to be strong for your moms. Things could be worse. God work her up. My son is not really a Muslim. He's been living with his mom, and doesn't know a whole lot about Islam due to the circumstances. He was only 10 years old when we divorced. So when I say God, I'm just trying to nevertheless. So I say, are you all okay? He says, yeah, still at the house, blah, blah, blah. And then this is these 5 and 6 is where my ex-wife says, God woke me up. There's no doubt about it. I laid in bed for a few seconds before I started hearing stuff like a drunken intruder in the living room. And she says, I think Ben's spirit, this is my ex-wife, she's not a Muslim. She says, I think Ben's spirit did that to get me up. Ben is my oldest son who passed away in 2019. He said, I see, and obviously we don't believe this in Islam. And I did tell her, no, that was Allah that woke you up. God woke you up. And she says, I said, who's there before I opened the door? Nothing but smoke. And then this is another text message where she's telling me on February the 2nd, telling me about something at the school. She says, good morning. She says, well, Boogie was supposed to return to school today, and he wants to argue that he needs to stay out for 14 days instead of 10 because he had the COVID issue. This is what the nurse said. She said, he's been out since the 13th because of the fire. Brother, do you see this at the bottom here on number 6?
Yeah.
This was on Tuesday, February the 2nd, 2021. This is my ex-wife telling me he's been out since the 13th because of the fire. Right? All right. So let me back up. Okay. All right. So this is where I told my son to send photos, and he sends photos of, this is his friend. He says, this is my friend Dylan in this, where my mouse is. This is my friend Dylan who responded to the fire that night that had happened. At this point, the fire, this is the guy who's a little bit older than him. He's like 21, 22 that he plays basketball with. But he says that this is my friend Dylan who responded to the fire that night, the night that it happened. Now, this was later after I was getting more, after Ziyad made these claims and so forth. And I was like, what else do you have? And he said he has these videos. I said, well, send me those videos. He says, this is my friend Dylan who responded to the fire that night, the night that it happened. And that at this point, the fire was already out, and they were waiting for the fire marshal. So he was taking off his jacket after the fire, and the date and time is on the video. And I'm going to show you that here in a moment. So this is what he sent me here. Okay, let's go to another. All right. So same thing. All right. So this is just more text. I don't want to waste time reading through these texts because we're going to get to the hardcore evidence here. Okay. So look, this is the same thing that my son sent me that Ziyad claimed that I doctored. Right. Let me start the video over again. All right. This is his friend. It says plainly on the side of on the side of the door of the truck. It says Nixon, Texas. Up there in the top, and that where the circle is, it says 1053. This is when my son sent it. That's the date, the time that he actually sent it to me. But just below that, it says Nixon, Texas, January 13th, 2021 at 6:42 a.m. You can't see it because the circle is in the way there. But oh no, you can see it right here. Right here. I blew it up. So it's at 10:50. Yeah, this 10:53. That's just when he sent it to me. But it says that this video was taken and shot on January 13th, 2021 at 6:42 a.m. All right, now let's keep going. This is the video of his friend, and if you notice, look at the door. You can see clearly. It says Nixon, Texas. Now Ziyad's seen this stuff, but he still slandered my son and slandered me despite seeing this stuff. Here's the same. This is the actual thing here. Now all I did is blow it up. Ziyad claimed that I manipulated it and then sent it to my son to resend it to him and so forth, which is absurd, to say the least. And all I did is blow it up. You can see. Bear with me. Right. So all I did is blow it up. It's the same video, but I just blew it up so people could see Nixon on the side of the door. That's the only manipulation of it that I did, just to show people that this video shows Nixon on the side of the door. Okay. This is where my son lives now as a result of this. Now, I'm showing this because You know, we went through a tragic event, losing my oldest son in June of 2019. This is another tragic event when someone loses everything that they own in a house fire, and they have to live in a RV such as this. It could be worse. People live in worse conditions. But the point being is that Ziyad Karam and these people have made mockery of my family's difficult situation, made mockery, and me trying to help them was just that, and they've made mockery of the whole situation. So let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. Now, these are actually text messages that morning, not morning, but bear with me one second. Let me back up. These are text messages from Ziyad to my son. He sent these. I don't know. It doesn't show the date, but he says, "Hello, Ruben. It's nice to meet you. Listen, if it's not too much trouble, I would like to ask you a few questions." He says, "Is it true that your home burnt down back in January? Are you guys okay? Do you need any help?" Well, of course they needed help, because they still need help. They're still struggling through that situation. They lost everything. They're living in RVs at this point, right? But Ziyad has made the approach, making it sound like he wants to help. Now, remember, my son, I told my son that the Muslims will help. And he's seen that Ziyad was a friend on my friends list. So he's thinking, okay, well, this is just another person that's trying to help. My dad said the Muslims will help. My dad's got a lot of Muslims on his friends list. And now Ziyad's asking, are you guys okay? Do you need any help? My son says, yes, sir, it did. We are okay, thankfully, but we still don't have a place to live. And he says, that's sad to hear. Ziyad's responding, saying, that's sad to hear. Is there any way that I can contact you via telephone? I wish to speak to your mom, if that's okay. And my son says, I'm not with her. Ziyad says, okay, does she have Facebook? I'd like to contact her. My son says, no, she does not. He says, okay, does she have a number that I can contact her? So where do you guys live now? Can anyone help? With a bunch of question marks. My son says, we're staying with a relative, and it's out in the country, so she can't receive phone calls unless she's in town, because there's no service where she's staying. Now, he's contacting a child out of the blue, asking these questions, but he's trying to present himself as though he's trying to help, right? And he says, okay, will you please have her contact me, blah, 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 list his number. And note what he says. Last question. When did this fire take place? Do you remember the exact date? What does my son say? Right here where I'm making the circle with my mouse. My son says January the 13th, the morning of January the 13th. Okay, so Ziyad responds later. He says, hi there, could you please send me the video of your friend taking off his jacket? Because Ziyad had already seen it, because Ziyad had already made these claims. And then I produced this information about this video in defense. And so now he's asking my son for these videos. And my son sends him the exact same videos, right? And he sends him the exact same videos. Let me get, I don't know why it keeps doing that. Bear with me one second. I'm having a tough time. All right. So again, Ziyad's asking him, I didn't have to show this, but Ziyad's asking him, do you need any help? Because Ziyad's on my friends list. He's not anymore, obviously. But why is this happening? Because I told my son's opening up to him and telling him, because I told him my Muslim brothers will help, right? Well, Ziyad did just the opposite in this situation. All the Muslims who were decent Muslims, they all helped, but Ziyad did the contrary to that. All right. Please bear with me one second. Okay. So this is where Ziyad starts threatening my son. And so this is reason why this Shurah Council was needed. Okay. Multiple reasons. So after Ziyad sees the video, and he's not satisfied with it because he didn't hear any audio. Now remember, my son's sitting, everything just burned down. I don't think he's in a vehicle by himself shooting the video. I don't know who Ziyad thinks he would have been there talking to, or while audio would have been needed. But nevertheless, Ziyad says, no voice, huh? Taken from your dad's video, huh? You two are such fabricators. Son, he is bringing you down with his lies and forgeries. Your father is in deep trouble already. he is manipulating you. Come out clean and speak the truth. He says, I already have evidence that this thing never took place. So where's the evidence, Ziyad? If you already have it, why are you waiting on 2 people from Houston to produce the evidence? You're already making claims. You said you already have the evidence, but you didn't produce the evidence. The stipulation to make accusations against someone in Islam is that you produce proof of your claims. You have not done so. He says, I already have evidence that this never took place. And you just proved it within this short conversation. Now he's telling my son this. Speak the truth, because now you are involved in this. Now my son's involved. Speak the truth, because now you are involved in this. Come out clean. Why do you listen to your father when you know he's lying and scamming people? This is what he's telling my 17-year-old son that I don't get to see on a day in, day out basis. Telling my son this. Okay? He says, do you know that he made a fake GoFundMe and scammed $4,220 out of people through a fake story? Now, remember, my son lived through this event, and Ziyad's saying it's a fake story. He says, Ziyad tells him, the authorities are already investigating your father, and he's already in big trouble for all the forgeries that he's put out on the internet, and the fact that he has taken $4,220 on a lie. So take this as an advice, he's telling my son. We and the people who are investigating everything already know that this is a lie. And he says, come out clean and tell me now before you get incriminated as well. And I promise that I will not involve you also in this investigation, but your father is a criminal and facing many charges for many things. Fraud. Now think about it. Fraud, scam, manipulation, death threats. The list goes on and on. They've accused me of arson, burning down this home myself. Says, you are not aware, are you? Let me call you. Ready? He says, just one thing before I call. How old are you? My son says 17. He says, do you want to know what the law states? He says, I'll call and notify you. Well, my son said, yeah, go ahead, call. I'm waiting. Meanwhile, my son's contacted me saying, this guy's crazy. And do you know who this guy is? I said, yeah, that's the guy who's been slandering me. I said, yeah, let him call him and see what he's got to say. Go ahead and record it. When Ziyad never called him. And so I wanted him to call him. And matter of fact, my son wanted him to call him as well, because we wanted to record Ziyad saying the nonsensical things that he was saying. So let's keep moving. Okay, so look, let me show you something. This fire happened exactly where I said that it happened. It happened at 1542 County Road 173 in Nixon, Texas. And watch this. This is the map of Nixon, Texas. Now, this is the I've just made this for people's reference. 1542 County Road 173. Blah blah blah. We can move through it because I got more evidence. It's going to be more telling. Bear with me one second. Okay, just remember I said it was nicknamed Power Plant Road. Well, here's the power plant. Here's 173 County Road 173. The circle here. This is where the house was located. The house is located right there. It was located. It's not there now because it burned down, obviously. But this is where it was located on County Road 173, which is also turns into East 10th Street, the small town of Nixon. Okay? And this original County Road 170, I was telling him the County Road 170 runs right into 10th Street. That's why he says County Road 170 turns into Parker Avenue when you get into the city, just like County Road 173 turns into East 10th Street when you get into the city. Well, County Road 173, lo and behold, runs into this T-junction right here with 10th Street, and you take a right on that road, and it goes on down to where the house was located. Okay? That's where the house was located. All right, and that's just more pictures of it, just showing that the location of it. So let's proceed. Now, this fire report. The all-telling fire report that he's caused a forgery before he even laid eyes on it. Guess what? I'm going to prove some things about this. Now, note it says the incident date. It says 1/12. Now, this is it happened the night of January the 12th, the morning of January the 13th. So this is just the creator of the report that we're gonna see him here in a moment. That's just he put the 12th instead of the 13th, but it's obviously the night of the 12th. Morning of the 13th. So let's clarify that. And This is more of the fire report that Ziyad claimed was a forgery that he has yet to see. Okay, we're gonna get to more of this fire report in a moment, but I want to see if down here at the bottom in the narration it says on right here he's actually got the right date down here in this fire report, but it says on 1/13/2021 approximately 3:43 a.m. blah blah blah. The structure at 1542 County Road 173. It might be hard for y'all to read this, but it says he arrived on the scene to find a fire. He says, I can barely read it myself right here. He says, arrived on the scene to find the fire showing and started defensive attack on the Delta side of the house. After initial knockdown, made entry through the Alpha door, made interior attack. So the firemen made an interior attack on the fire until it was controlled and extinguished, and regrouped and did overhaul and salvage work. And this was created. This county fire marshal was contacted. Red Cross was contacted. No further action was necessary. End of report. And it says on this side over here, it says the people that live there, and it lists Leonard Boatwright right here. I don't know if people can see this here, but it says Leonard Boatwright, which is my ex-wife's new husband, as listed as a resident. Connie Boatwright, my ex-wife, listed as a resident. My son, Ruben Bomer, listed as a resident. And it was created by Jason Torres, member making report, Jason Torres, and that's his signature and so forth. All right, so let's keep moving. Now this tree, watch this. This tree that Ziyad Karam says is not there. This, if you see, this is just a picture of through Google Maps, the house number of years ago when Google Maps goes through there and they shoot video of the roads and so forth. And they do this less frequent in small towns, by the way. But here's the tree that Ziyad claimed wasn't there. This picture over here to the right is a brand new brown trailer here that's been brought in since the fire happened. This is the same tree. Now watch this. Watch this. Might be I got to zoom out for this to happen, but watch this. Now note this tree. Watch what happens. If you transpose this tree, this new picture on this old picture, you see if y'all can tell the gravel roadway or the parking area or whatever. When you get this picture here and you put it over this tree, you can see clearly that it's the same tree. But I got better evidence of that. I just wanted to point that out, that you can clearly see that it's the same tree. But let's keep moving. All right, I'm gonna blow it back up so you can see better. I couldn't manipulate that photo unless I zoom out. But let's keep moving. All right, now this is a video. Okay, this is a video of me. Bear with me. This is a video of me in town on Nixon just a couple of days ago. I'm actually in Nixon, Texas. I came to get more evidence about this fire situation, and I'm actually on East 10th Street. Matter of fact, the high school is right back there, Nixon High School. Okay, anyway, so I'm just showing there. So I'm about a quarter of a mile or 3/4 of a mile. I'm gonna go to the next slide. That's just showing that I was on 10th Street, and this is a double wide trailer that's on the property now. But I don't know if anyone's home. I'm gonna try to see if I can talk to someone who might be home to see if they can. Okay, look at that tree there. Is that the same tree? This is the same property and the same tree. Fire situation. That tree's still sitting there, Ziyad. This is the tree that Ziyad has claimed didn't exist or whatever. This is okay. So I made my point with that. I'm gonna move forward. Now keep in mind the septic tank and this barn right here. This is very important as we proceed. Keep in mind the septic tank and this barn. Now watch this. Okay, that's my car parked over there that I was. Okay, so there's no one. Let me back it up. Okay, so there's no one. Okay, so there's no one here right now. Now that's actually my car over there. This video's having a hard time with this video, so, but you can plainly see that this is it's okay. Over there
seems to have trouble loading.
And yeah, but you can let me go to. I'm just trying to show the property there. But watch this. Okay, so there's no one. Okay, so there's no one here right now. That's actually my car over there. And but you can plainly see that this is the property that the house used to be on. This was 7 months ago. This is a. Okay, I'm gonna move forward from that because it's just not playing. That's a dog on this porch here, but let me. Bear with me. I'm just gonna move forward. Okay, no, there's the tree there. Okay, so the tree since this picture over here to the right is an old Google Maps view of this house. And over here, you can see that these limbs that I'm pointing to right here with my mouse. This is the tree currently. This is just a couple of days ago, and these limbs have been chopped off. But this is the same tree. I mean, obviously. Okay, we're gonna get to more in the fire report here in a moment. Okay, I'm making this video right here just to show how absurd it is for Ziyad to claim that this tree. He made an issue out of this tree. So. Because of the angle of the photos, a couple of the photos that was taken of the house that was burned. And so look how easy this is, Ziyad. Well, a picture that's taken from back here obviously going to have the tree in it, but guess what? You just take a few steps up and the tree's no longer in the picture of the house, correct? Okay, so I was trying to prove a point there about that tree. He made a huge issue about that tree. I'm going to get to the fire report here shortly in more detail. Okay, so now this is an email that I received from the Gonzales County Fire Marshal Keith Schmidt, and he's telling me, Kenny, I'll get something to you early next week. Sorry it's taking so long. It's been crazy trying to work through this COVID-19 mess. He sent that on August the 28th. All right, so let's go to another slide. Okay, now this is the document that he sent me. Now he marked out, and he told me he was going to do it just for the sake of their privacy, but he marked out my ex-wife's driver's license number and so forth. And but he put on Monday, January the 13th at approximately 4:20 a.m. Fire Marshal Keith Schmidt was dispatched to 1542 County Road 173 at Nixon to report for the report of a house fire. Upon my arrival, the Nixon Fire Department had extinguished the fire and was completing an overhaul of the structure. I contacted the complainant, who identified herself as Connie Boatwright, blah, blah, blah. She stated that she was asleep and woke up and saw smoke, grabbed a wet towel, and made her way out of the house, then called 911. Miss Boatwright stated the home is owned by Edwin and Cindy Paprizka, or something like that. I spoke to Cindy P., and she stated that her and her husband have insurance on the home with blah, 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 and policy number and so forth. So they list that. She says Miss Boatwright stated her husband, Leonard Boatwright, was not home at the time of the fire. And she said, I spoke with an individual that identified himself as Reuben Bomer. That's my son. Reuben stated that he had left home at approximately 2:45 a.m. because he came to get a game. He was spending the night with a friend of his, and came to get a game. They were going back to his friend's house. He says Reuben stated he did not see any smoke or fire when he left. He says, since the home was insured, I took pictures of the structure and turned the investigation into the cause and origin over to the insurance company. They believe that it started due to a space heater. He says, I took no further action on this case. End of my report. Keith Schmidt, a Gonzales County Fire Marshal. He's actually, so Keith Schmidt at co.gonzales.tx.us. Got his phone number there. for anyone who wants to dial it. So let's keep moving. Well, lo and behold, so Kenny Bomer went to went to Nixon just a couple of days ago. Just a couple of days ago, because Kenny Bomer knows the truth and knows that truth will always be made clear from falsehood. And this is the gentleman who created the fire report. And listen very closely to what he says. His name is Jason Torres. He's actually the assistant fire chief there in Nixon, Texas. This is the very vehicle that my son's friend Dylan was standing in front of, taking his jacket off. And what does this man say about this fire? Now he's reading it because it's on his phone. He's got the report downloaded on his phone, and he's reading it. And what does he say? Listen closely. Okay, so I'm here with the assistant fire chief, Jason Torres, and I'll let him take over from here about this fire.
Hello, I'm Assistant Chief Torres with the Nixon Fire Department, and they had some questions and concerns about a fire incident that happened on the 12th of January of this year, 2021. Our dispatch number for this call was 2101-0596 for the records. The location of the fire was 1542 County 173 in the city of Nixon. It's actually in our ASJ area, so just right outside the city. We did have a structure fire, a confirmed structure fire early that morning. It was what we consider the boat right residence. In there, we had a couple of occupants that were all outside the house by the time we got there. The names of these people were Leonard Borat, Connie Borat, and Ruben Bomer. From that, the fire did consume and cause damage to almost all the house, with pretty much about a 50% loss of the house, with major, not significant damage to the rest of the house and its contents. From that, we had several different agencies that assisted us, to include the Belmont Fire Department, the Smiley Fire Department, the Gonzales County Fire Marshal's Office.
Okay, so I'm here with the assistant fire chief, Jason Torres, and I'll let him take over from here about this fire.
Hello, I'm Assistant Chief Torres with the Nixon Fire Department, and they had some questions and concerns about a fire incident that happened on the 12th of January of this year, 2021. Our dispatch number for this call was 2101-0596 for the records. The location of the fire was 1542 County 173 in the city of Nixon. It's actually in our ASJ area, so just right outside the city. We did have a structure fire, a confirmed structure.
Brother Mort, can you hear the video?
Yep, I can hear it.
You can hear it? Okay.
We heard the whole thing.
Okay, so I'm here with the assistant.
I think it's replaying now.
Jason Torres, and it is playing from here about this fire.
Yeah, it's replaying. We started from the beginning.
Yeah, missed.
They had some questions and concerns about a fire incident that happened on the 12th of January of this year, 2021. Our dispatch number for this call was 2101-0596 for the records. The location of the fire was 1542 County 173 in the city of Nixon. It's actually in our ASJ area, so just right outside the city. We did have a structure fire, a confirmed structure fire early that morning. It was what we consider the boat right residence. In there, we had a couple of occupants that were all outside the house when we got there. The names of these people were Leonard Borat, Connie Borat, Ruben Bomer. From that, the fire did consume and cause damage to almost all the house, with pretty much about a 50% loss of the house, with major, not significant damage to the rest of the house and its contents. From that, we had several different agencies that assisted us, to include the Belmont Fire Department, the Smiley Fire Department, the Gonzales County Fire Marshal's Office came out and investigated the fire itself. We also had EMS on scene for the events, the standby for the incident. Other than that, again, this incident happened at about 3:43 that morning.
So that would have been the night of January the 12th, morning of January the 13th.
Correct.
Wednesday, January the 13th.
Correct. It kind of stretched over to 2 days essentially.
Okay, so we're right here at the Nixon Volunteer Fire Department. This is Assistant Chief Jason Torres is also a police officer here in Nixon, Texas. So look, the fire happened. The money went to a good cause, and truth is made clear from falsehood. So Mr. Torres, I thank you. Appreciate it. Alhamdulillah. Okay, all right. So you can see clearly, unless I'm a puppet master over this gentleman here as well, Assistant Fire Chief Jason Torres, and he's one of my cronies as well. He made the clear statements. He mentioned the names of the residents, my ex-wife, her new husband, and my son. He mentioned 1542 County Road 173 in Nixon. He said the entire house was a loss. And let's keep moving. Watch this. This fire report. Let's zoom in a little better on this fire report. This should be a better view of it. Okay. Which, I mean, he's the man that wrote the fire report, so we don't even really need to look at this, to be quite honest. But we'll look at it just for the sake of demonstrating. Let's do one better. Let's do this. In regards to this fire report, watch this. I'm going to demonstrate that Ziyad knew about this fire report, and he had already discussed these things via email with this gentleman. Watch this. Bear with me 1 second. Okay, we're going to go to that here shortly. Okay, now look. Now this is an email. The same gentleman, Assistant Fire Chief Jason Torres, when I spoke to him that very day, just a couple of days ago, he sent me, he told me, he said, I even got emails from that guy. He said, that guy's crazy. He said, I told him, blah, blah, blah. So this is Ziyad's initial email that he sent to the Assistant Fire Chief in Nixon, Texas. He sent it on Saturday, July 24th, 2021 at 1:10 p.m. Okay, this is quite telling. This date, these next 3 dates, the 24th, 25th, and 26th, are crucial and vital. I'll bring that up here in a moment. But he says, Ziyad says, greetings. This is Ziyad's email. Now keep in mind, this is Ziyad's email. Brother, can you see it clearly?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm zooming in even a little more. I want people to see this clearly. This is Ziyad. This is his email and so forth. I don't want to show that necessarily, but nevertheless, he says, greetings. I was just speaking to you via Messenger on Facebook. So he contacted this man via Facebook as well. He says, my name is Ziyad Karam, and I'm writing to you in order to get some information about a fire which allegedly took place in Nixon, Texas at the following address, 1542 County Road 173, blah, blah, blah. He says the fire allegedly burnt down a house on Wednesday, the 13th of January, 2021. Now, why is Ziyad suddenly changing his tune about what day it happened on? He himself is saying that it allegedly happened on January the 13th. Why? Because that's the only day that I ever claimed. It was a typo on GoFundMe. But he says the fire allegedly burnt down a house on Wednesday, the 13th of January. Is this true? Thank you in advance, Mr. Ziyad Karam. So this is crucial. This question right here, the statement in question, or the statement rather, he's saying it allegedly burnt down on Wednesday, the 13th of January. Well, that implies that the person who made the claim said that it happened on Wednesday, the 13th of January, not January the 1st. Okay, so he fell into his own manure here. Okay, so Mr. Torres, the fire chief, answers them and says, Mr. Karam, I was going to send you an information request form. If you're simply asking if the incident happened with no other information, he says that incident did happen at the appropriate time and location. Furthermore, If you're seeking further information, we will gladly send you the appropriate form, a request form. Matter of fact, the request form that I had to have filled out as well. And matter of fact, let me see if I have it over here with me. I can show it if I need to. Yeah, I think I have it right here. I'll show it here in a moment, just so for the sake of the video. But I'll show it in a moment. But I have that very request form that was emailed to me, and it had to be filled out just like it was emailed to Ziyad. I'm going to show that here in a moment. And this is a confidentiality notice and so forth from the Nixon Fire Department. So Ziyad says he responds to him later, and he says, "Greetings. Yes, I would like an official form, and preferably from an official email." Well, this is an official email. I don't know why it's not an official email. But anyways, he says, "Thank you in advance for your time and efforts and patience." And a month later, unfortunately, I don't know why it took so long, other than this man is a volunteer firefighter. He's not a full-time firefighter. As a matter of fact, he's also a police officer that also is a firefighter in the same town. So his full-time job is a police officer. And so he's not dealing with these fires, and very seldom do fires happen in small towns. So therefore, he's not checking this Nixon Fire Department email consistently. So a month later, he responds on August the 24th and says, "Ziyad, there's a confirmed structure fire that took place at the address mentioned and the date said." He says, "I apologize for the delay. I'm attaching the proper information request. I would need to have it on hand. I would need to have it on hand to proceed." And he actually sent him, if you can see down here, incident request form. This is the incident request form, and I have the one that he's speaking about right here in my hand, as a matter of fact. Okay, and so let's see if there's any more. No, that's
hey, brother Kenny, I do have a suggestion. Can we get to the police? I mean, to the fire report, just so you can kind of put it to bed, I guess, maybe, because I think people are kind of, I know it's building up to that, and I can see a lot of this here, but I think if we can get to like the fire report, I think that would be, I think the end all be all, right? I mean, I think that would kind of be what
I just showed that a second ago, but I'll show it again. Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely. Okay, so here's the fire report. All right, here is the fire report. Let's zoom in on it.
Do you have like an original copy, or
Yes.
was it mailed? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And matter of fact, I'm going to show something where he mentioned that my ex-wife was said she was going to the fire department, and that it was quiet and so forth and blah blah blah, and then suddenly 2 minutes later she was at the department. Well, they live in a small town. It doesn't take very long to get back and forth through a small town. But the video that I played a second ago was the man who wrote this fire report. He's the one that wrote it. And I don't know if you could hear what he's saying clearly, but he's reading directly from this fire report. Did you not hear that, brother?
So I know, I heard that. Let me just hear. So it was reported and completed and printed by Jason Torres. Cause undetermined after investigation. It was fire control extinguisher other aid given. COVID was not a factor. Belmont Fire Department, neighboring agencies, Smiley Fire Department. Okay, then it says that lights and sirens submission. Okay, the date is 1/13/2021. It says 3:43 a.m. Okay, I see it.
Yeah. Okay.
8 acres burned, no less than one area of four bedrooms, 5 persons, including are in jail or prison, undetermined. Material, multiple types of material, fact undetermined. Okay, false. All right. Square feet 1,500, and then it goes enclosed building, one normal lab, confined to floor. Okay. Right.
Okay.
So we see the date, incident date so it happened at the evening on the 12th, but it was put out on the 13th morning. Meaning
No, it happened in the middle of the night on the 12th. So it was actually the middle of the night. So his initial he put on here incident date 1/12, but it was the night. It was early in the morning on the 13th. Actually, it happened like 3:43 in the morning is when they received the 911 call.
Morning of the 13th, early morning 13th. Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, he just maybe typo himself or whatever, but it actually happened on the.
And that is the address right here. We have 1542 CR, County Road 173, Nixon, Texas 78140.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And let's go to this is just okay. This is down here at the bottom where you see the blue dot. This is where it says Leonard Boatwright. It says name. It says people of the residents. It's it says name, right, address 1542 County Road 173, resident. It's got my ex-wife's name right here, Connie Boatwright. It's got my son's name. I have to move my mouse for you to see it, but down there at the bottom. Yeah.
Yep.
I think you can see that clearly.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. So what I would like to do though, Brother Kenny, if you don't mind, I would like to bring in some of the judges here so we could maybe ask some questions, because I think we've seen the video, we've seen this report here so far. We've seen some of the dates on the Facebook posting. We've seen that kind of stuff. So maybe I could bring the judges in to see if they have any questions on what's been presented so far, because this is a lot of information that we got to remember.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So let me go ahead and bring in.
Let me show one more. Let me show one more thing, brother, just real quick.
Okay.
You can bring them on, but I'm going to show one more thing in regards to this evidence. All right. So, okay, yeah, this is what I want to show here. Okay, they can come on if they want to. Okay, so remember the address of the fire was 1542. Remember? Now, lo and behold, 1542 County Road 173. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, this is my son's. I've got this, obviously, his driver's license number X'd out. But do you see the date? I mean, not the date, but the address. This is his license.
I do. Yes, I do.
1542 County Road 173. I just blew it up right here just for convenience of seeing it, but it's 1542 County Road 173. Let me show one more bit of information, brother. Just one more thing.
Okay, while you do that, 1 second, brother Abu Yazid, you're gonna have to reconnect. It seems like I can't get you on because his devices are not connected, so I can't bring you onto the stream. So you might need to drop and reconnect, brother Abu Yazid.
Okay. Let me find this one last thing here. This. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So, brother, this is realtor.com, right? This is going to give a Google Maps view of this residence. Okay. So I'm going to zoom in and bam, you see this property?
Yes, brother.
Now, this is taken a number of years ago through Google Maps. Remember this septic tank that I mentioned? Remember this barn, this maroon pole right here? Okay, now watch this. So if everyone can see this clearly, this is Google Maps. You can Google this right now, 1542 County Road 173, and you'll see this. Okay, this is what you're going to see. Okay, so let me show one last thing. One last thing. Bear with me. Okay, let me. Okay. Let me find a better view of it. Okay. I don't know why that's so small right there, but okay, I'll just show it like this. Okay, so remember that view that I just showed, right? You can tell clearly, for one, here's the house. Now, this car right here, that's my son's car. It's actually his mother's car, but he drives it all the time, so it's like it's his car. But you can see these arrows that I have here. This is the cable thing here up at the top. This is the window here, same window. This is the air conditioner that's now on the ground over here. Let me scroll down. Now here's my son's Facebook. Here's the car. That's actually his girlfriend over there. But you can see that they have a little car club or whatever. This is my son right here. This is right in front of the same burnt house, right? The same burnt house, the same one that I just showed the Google Maps view, the same one where this tree sits, and this tree that I can transpose over this other tree because it's the exact same tree is there. Now this is again this picture on the right is the house that's there now. And this picture in the middle is the previous. That's the fire report. There's my son's. I don't know what this is right here. Let me remove this. But I don't know what. That's just from the Canva thing there. Anyway, so this is truth is made clear from falsehood. So whatever judges have, I'm more than happy to take them. Inshallah.
Okay. Inshallah, jazakallah khair. So what we'll do now is I'll start off again like we did last time. Sister Yvonne, I know it's been a long night for you. I do appreciate the patience. I'll start off with you since you've been waiting. We started off with you earlier last time too. So if you have anything to add, questions, comments, please now's the time. I think you're on mute. You might need to unmute yourself.
I can't hear her, brother.
More. You're on mute now too, buddy.
Okay. All right. Whoops. Sorry. Okay. Yep. There you go. Let me unmute you.
Right.
Can you? There you go. Yep.
Yeah, what I was saying is that what we have are two brothers who are clearly very strong characters, who seem to be irreconcilable in their differences. The real tragedy is that for whatever reason, I think that this has been allowed to escalate out of all proportion. Although I can see from the evidence supplied by both sides that, that they're hung up on all the tiny detail. But I just find it very sad we're at this stage where, we've spent all this time looking at documents, the majority of which on both sides could easily have been photoshopped. So I think that, most of the documentation can't be relied on both sides.
Sister, did you hear the video of the man that made the police report? What he was saying? He read directly from the police. I mean, not the police report, but the fire report. He read directly from it. So it's.
Yes, I saw that, and I'm sure that it's probably genuine. But even if we make a concrete decision, will this matter be resolved? Because, both sides are digging in.
I'm digging in defense of the truth and the facts of the matter. That's why I'm digging in, because I've been slandered, and I have every right and I'm justified in my defense of myself to defend myself. And I've done that I went and spoke directly to the man who made the fire report, and I have evidence. I've got my son's address on his license. I've got the fire report itself. I've got the Google Maps that demonstrates that is the actual house fire. I've got pictures that demonstrate the house fire. And where's Ziyad's evidence? It's non-existent. Mm-hmm. And yes, I'm fighting for defense of not only my own integrity, but the integrity of the foundation that we've established. And so the issue is here that where's Ziyad's evidence to prove me guilty? I've proven that the fire happened. I've proven the date of the fire. I've proven that I created the post on the date that I stipulated, and that he's based his accusations on a typo, and because he didn't like the way I spoke to him. And
yeah, Kenny, so I think what Sister Yvonne is saying is that that even if we were to make a verdict here, is this matter going to be dropped? Like,
yeah,
is he going to stop?
Yeah.
Like moving forward, I mean, it seems to me that he's, based on the stuff that you're providing, he maybe some of the, I think the video might have been new to him. The report, other things might be available based on the communication he had with this department. But he seems to want, I mean, to continue to move down this way. So I guess what she's trying to say is that is there a resolve here? Like besides,
no, listen. The resolve is truth being made clear from falsehood. Did the fire happen? Did my family lose their home? Did I create a GoFundMe and give them the money from the fire? Yes, I did. So it's, did my family lose their home? Yes. Did Ziyad claim that it didn't happen? Yes. So the truth, that's now what Ziyad does from here. I don't, there's no telling what he might do, but am I looking to befriend Ziyad after these accusations and so forth? Probably not, because this is pretty foul what he's done. And so what we're trying to establish here is,
you might not be friends. That is quite clear. But you know that Islam is all about forgiveness.
No, I can forgive him for the sake of the law. Yeah,
a lot of people are watching this today, and have no doubt, like me, spent hours listening to both sides. And I'm just wondering who is going to be the bigger man and just drop it and forgive the other side.
Okay, well that's something outside of what the council is trying to achieve here. We want the council to decide, do you believe, based on what you've seen here, that the fire happened and that my family was affected and that I created a GoFundMe that was in junction with trying to help them? And that's what we're trying to decide here. Now, what happens beyond today is that's, I can forgive for the sake of the law because he's going to owe me on the day of judgment regardless. So that's a separate issue here. The fact that what we're trying to deduce is, based on what you've seen, have I proven that the fire happened, it affected my family's home, and that the GoFundMe was created on January the 13th as it was created? And if I need to go back through anything to show that, I showed the timestamp on GoFundMe that makes it clear.
The evidence that you've shown is compelling, and I think that well, I can't speak for the other people on the panelists. I just want to see this issue resolved.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and I respect that. I respect that.
It's not just your reputation, Kenny.
No,
that's
I respect. Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree. That's what I'm saying. That I can forgive him.
Just allow her to finish. I think let her make her statement because I think she's been listening for. Let's let her get it out, inshallah, and we'll come back to you.
Yeah. I mean, the evidence that you have supplied is compelling. That is without a doubt. And by his own admission, Ziyad says, albeit he's 99% sure of his facts. He did originally say 90, but he said in the end 99. Still isn't 100%. So I think, that it's clear to me that that you have been wronged, although some element of your behaviour, as you've said, could have, you could have reacted differently. I know it's not going to be a case of shaking hands and walking away, because there's a lot of bitterness here, and it's understandable in a lot of ways, but I would just hope that if the rest of the panelists are minded with me, that your evidence is compelling, and it appears that you are telling the truth, then rather than be victorious, I do hope that you would be able to reach out to Ziyad. And as I say, Islam is all about forgiveness. And I'm very mindful of the fact that it's not just you on display here tonight. It's also Islam. So
yes,
great point.
That's why I wanted to do. Yeah, that's why I wanted to do this to begin with, to demonstrate how we're supposed to deal with these things in Islam. Now, for me to forgive Ziyad, I can't forgive a man who's unwilling to submit a request for forgiveness. Now, I can forgive him for the sake of Allah and say, Allah's going to deal with him justly on the day of judgment, because that's what's going to happen. But if Ziyad doesn't have the type of character to be willing to say, you know what, it appears that this fire did happen and I'm wrong and I do apologize. If he came to me sincerely, I've told everyone this the whole time, that if he came to me sincerely and issued a real apology and apologized for specific things that he did, unlike his previous attempt that literally no one believed, which is why I forgot to make the point that he knew that this fire happened based on his correspondence with the fire chief on July the 24th. On July 25th, he came in, lo and behold, to come in and give an apology that no one believed. It was just a real. You'd have to hear it to understand that he said, I just don't believe anything anymore. Well, guess what? Lo and behold, on the 24th, he sees this email where the fire chief says that it did happen at this location on this date. Yes, it's confirmed. And now he wants to the next day issue an apology. The following day, based on his quote unquote apology, all the affiliates of the Consider This TV network, we all decided collectively, not me, matter of fact, it was their idea, to do a video that's saying that we condemn Ziyad for the slanderous claims that he's made, that we don't support any oppression or injustice or racial slurs against anyone. And that infuriated him, because he thought his apology that no one believed to begin with, that it should be accepted. That's the same thing he did with the original racial slurs that were made. So
hey,
again,
just one second. So I wanted this to be a chance for the panel to ask any further questions, and not a chance for additional information. So what I'll do right now is I just want to go through. I just want to ask Sister Yvonne, do you have any other questions or matters to clarify before we move on to anybody else?
No, I'm happy with what I've seen. I mean, personally, I'll discount anything that could be photoshopped from both sides. Not that I'm accusing either side of photoshopping, but where there's an element of doubt, I have to raise that. But
fair enough.
Yeah,
absolutely fair enough. So with that being said, I want to go over to Brother Jake now, inshallah. Do you have any questions or comments or some further clarification you need from Brother Kenny? I don't want to get into the back and forth right now. I think once we have all the questions or comments or further clarification resolved, then we'll kind of remove Kenny down to the bottom, and we'll talk amongst ourselves here live on the stage. So I want to reserve that part for later. But Jake, I just want to make sure you have no further clarifying comments or questions.
No, not really. To me, it's quite clear. I don't know if is Ziyad still here in the background, or is he gone?
Brother Ziyad is, I think he was. I'm not sure if he's still there or not. I was not checking. I don't see him present right now. But no, I don't think he's there right now. I can't tell. Maybe he got dropped off, just like you got dropped off a second ago. Yeah. But yeah, if you don't have any questions or further clarifying comments, then I'll just go over to Brother Abu Yazid, see if he has anything that he needs to clarify or have any questions.
Sure. Okay. One, if Ziyad is still out there, I will hope that he would come back. Besides all the evidence that you presented, Kenny, and it looks like you prepared a lot of stuff. What I want to know is, on top of all that, do you bear witness that this fire took place and that you raised the money to help your family?
Absolutely. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. On this Quran that I hold in my hand right here, I swear by Allah, that this fire happened on the date that I stipulated. My family lost their home and everything that they owned, and every dime went to them. Kenny Bomer did not scam anyone. By the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the example of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, by this gift of Islam that we've been given, absolutely, brother. I swear with all of my life, may Allah kill me today if what I've said in any capacity today and any other time regarding this fire situation, if I've lied about any of it, any step of the way, may Allah kill me today if what I'm saying is a lie.
Okay. Thank you for the answer. That's all I got.
Okay, so brother Kenny, I'm going to move you down to the audience, and we're going to speak among ourselves here in front of. I think because that was only fair, rather than having the accused have a say in the conversation. So we don't want to sway any judgment. So we're going to move you back down to the audience while you can listen from the back there. All right, so I'm just going to go around quickly. I think that Dr. Yvonne, I'm just going to allow you to say whether you actually believe, based on what we've seen today, that Kenny did misappropriate funds, or do you believe the allegation that the fire was not actually true and that the funds were misappropriated? If you don't believe that, then you can give a brief explanation why, and then we can just move on to the next panelist, inshallah. So I'll start with you.
Well, I'm especially after that last gesture, I'm now convinced that Kenny is telling the truth. I'm also quite convinced by the compelling evidence that he showed that the fire did actually happen, and I'm satisfied in. I'm satisfied in that.
Okay, Jazakallah khair for that. Brother Jake, I'm going to come to you next. Do you, based on what you've heard so far, and the evidence is provided by Brother Ziyad and Brother Kenny, do you believe that the fire was a made-up story and that the funds were, were misused or anything of that nature? Do you have any doubts to the story?
No, I don't. I think that the fire was real. I think that the fire obviously happened and caused significant damage to the house to the point where it was, it just was unlivable to really live there. And for me, the biggest piece of evidence is Kenny taking the time to go down there and speak to the gentleman who actually prepared the report and have him on video reading it out. There would have to be, from my perspective, a massive conspiracy theory to try to say that this guy was somehow, I don't know, paid off or what to really come up with this. So I don't really see any reasonable way how I could say that the fire didn't happen and that Kenny didn't misappropriate the funds or anything like that. Also, with the GoFundMe thing, it clearly said it was created on the 13th. Anybody who knows anything about it obviously could have been a typo in the main body of the text. And then on the other side of the coin is that when I said to Ziyad, and I asked him, I said, it seems like your two basic pieces of evidence are, one, this Facebook post, which supposedly happened on January 1st, and the second was just somewhat unrelated material that had nothing really to do with the fire other than trying to just disparage Kenny's character in general and prove that he's not trustworthy. So, that to me, okay, whatever, but it's not really directly related to the fire. So I kind of X that out. And then it's just that one Facebook post, which could easily have been doctored, especially given the video that Kenny played from that woman. And, what really kind of trips me out, honestly, is given the evidence now that Kenny has produced, I think somebody did doctor that Facebook post, and also the email correspondence between Ziyad and this same fire. I don't know if he's a chief or whatever, but the same. Yeah, the same individual, and he had these answers, and that was in July, and he's still at it. I'm honestly shocked that somebody would go through that type of length in order to come up with this story. Now, I just want to say what I personally think has happened. And, you know, the one thing I do want to say about Brother Kenny, obviously his comments, which he didn't deny, the comments he made to Ziyad in that particular message, yeah, those were uncalled for. And, you know, obviously I think he was just upset and because he knew that this happened and that the guy was trying to disparage him, and he lost his temper and, you know, said some things he shouldn't have said. But you know, what I think happened is, and I don't know the whole story, there must have been something personal between them. Obviously, Ziyad was not happy about whatever was going down. And I guess just kind of, I don't want to say it, but it seems to me almost kind of made this story up. You know, Kenny claims that he got it originally from this other Christian guy, which I don't know if that's true, but it just seems like kind of desperation, as far as I can tell. And it's really, really sad that something must have happened between them that would make him go to that length of trying to discredit Kenny and say that this is, you know, this fire never happened and it's all made up. So, I mean, that's where I stand. Obviously, I hope that Ziyad would come back. Maybe in light of, I hope anyway, that in light of the video that Kenny produced of the man standing there in his uniform in front of the fire truck reading this report out with Kenny's family's names listed, I would hope that upon watching that, he would say, well, yeah, you know what? I was wrong. This fire did happen. And then we can just kind of move on. You know, but if he's not willing to even admit that, then yeah, I think there's a deeper problem going on. But that's just my perspective, and I'll leave it with that.
All right, Jazakallah khair. And finally, on to Brother Abu Yazid. You know, any final, you know, as far as regarding this, do you believe that a fire did take place, and do you believe that funds were used, a GoFundMe was created to fundraise for his family? And do you believe that is true? Or if you don't believe it's true, please let us know why.
Bismillah. I think there were a lot of things that were raised by both parties that actually need to be addressed. As far as the two things that you mentioned about the fire and the funds, I have seen no evidence that shows any reason to even believe that a fire didn't take place, or to even believe that the funds were not used for the stated intended purposes. Now, you know, there's some other issues, but I'm not going to speak on those unless you want to speak on those.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the main issue here. Like, I'm just gonna provide my alternative. Like, I mean, just my thoughts to listen to the whole thing and being part of it. I will say this much: I think a lot of what Jake said resonated with me. I was kind of on the fence with the whole thing. You know, do I believe that maybe some words were exchanged that shouldn't have been between Kenny and Ziyad? Yeah, I think Kenny might have been a little bit out of line. I do believe maybe a threat might have been made, might have been retracted. I mean, people get mad. That happens. But apparently, you know, I'm not excusing that behavior. Those kind of things shouldn't be made. But specifically regarding the issue of a fire happening and the GoFundMe. I do believe that a fire did take place. I mean, based on, I think what did it for me was that video with the assistant fire chief. I mean, that is a big crime if you were to make that up. I mean, he's a law enforcement officer, and he's a volunteer firefighter as well too. That's just I mean, you're putting your career on the line here, right? Where you if that were to leak out and this is actually false, you could be fired from a job, or but furthermore, you could be possibly even criminally liable. So for me, that seems to be pretty damning. I mean, in terms of support for that. And the GoFundMe was on the 13th, which was created. So it kind of falls in line with the fact that, especially with that Wednesday in the description, because Wednesday was the 13th, Friday was the 1st. So that kind of tells me that it was supposed to be done on the 13th, but there was a typo. But I definitely think, like Brother Abu Yazid, that there were other issues of concerns on both sides, as far as the way they addressed each other, the way they handled each other. It might have been nice maybe early on. It seems to me all of this started from a dispute on the channel itself regarding behavior of one individual, and maybe some people decided that he should have taken more action and not, and that kind of escalated to this here, because Brother Ziyad did mention that essentially this whenever someone attacks him, he goes and investigates them directly, like they're who they are. And I think that's what triggered it. I think rather than having a Shurah Council for that or for this, they could have gathered a Shurah for that issue and said, hey, does this count as an apology? Does he need to be rectified more, or do you believe this apology? I think that would have been a very nice thing to be done. We probably could have avoided all of this had we maybe created a Shurah for that. It seems like a domino effect, but that's just my take on that. I don't see that, in short, I don't see that there's evidence for a forgery of the fire or a misappropriation of funds. And as of yet, I mean, I'm not saying it's 100% true, but I have no reason to believe that I have no reason not to believe him at this point. I mean, I've seen pretty overwhelming evidence as far as the funds. Maybe perhaps if someone wants to, maybe a later point, Brother Kenny, you can show that fund was transferred to them. I don't know how that can be done. I'm not familiar with GoFundMe's, but maybe that might further solidify your position as well too, in terms of what happened with the finances. But that's all I have to say about that. I think Brother Abu Yazid did say he had one thing he wanted to clarify, so I'm going to let him make that comment right now. Go ahead. It's for you. The mic is for you, Abu Yazid.
Thank you. Bismillah. My position that I took is not simply my own personal opinion based on viewing the evidence. I'm basing my opinion on the Quran and the Sunnah. May Allah, mashallah, guide me in my decision making, and guide all of us in how we're viewing this whole entire situation and how we're evaluating the situation. It is true that the Brother Kenny, he did mock Ziyad. And if you look at Surah Al-Hujurat, verse number 11, means in the English, "O you who believe, let not a group scoff at another group. It may be that the latter are better than the former, nor let some women scoff at other women. It may be that the latter are better than the former, nor defame one another or insult one another by nicknames. How bad it is to insult one's brother after having faith." Ibn Kathir says what is meant here is looking down on them, belittling them, or making fun of them. This is haram and is counted as one of the characteristics of the hypocrites. Allahu A'lam, whether this is considered a major or minor sin, I'm not sure, but it obviously is something wrong. But the problem is, it is wrong, but I don't think it ever would have happened if Brother Ziyad had based his actions upon the Quran and the Sunnah, and it doesn't seem to me that he based his actions upon the Quran and the Sunnah, because if we also look at Surah Al-Hujurat, verse number 12, it says, "O you who believe, hold on one second. O you who have believed, avoid much negative assumption or suspicion. Indeed, some suspicion or assumption is sin, and do not spy or backbite each other would one of you like to eat the flesh of his brother when dead? You would detest it and fear Allah. Indeed, Allah is accepting of repentance and fearful. And if you can go to Ibn Kathir or any of the other tafsir and read the what it says about that particular verse, about how it is a sin. And I did confirm through my research that the scholars have said that it is from the major sins, a major sin to have suspicion against, for a Muslim to have suspicion against another Muslim without just cause, to backbite a Muslim, to expose things about that Muslim that if the Muslim knew what were being exposed, they would dislike, and to spy upon a Muslim. And so far, based on everything I've heard, and this has been over 4 hours now, this is what the brother Ziyad has done. And it could have been avoided. A lot of this could have been avoided. If the brother Ziyad had a suspicion about Kenny, he should have kept it to himself, unless he had the evidence that would allow him to bear witness. I read this from a statement from one of the scholars. If you have suspicion, if you know that someone has done something wrong, the answer to it is to bear witness about what they have done wrong and bring your testimony. But we heard, and I asked Brother Ziyad directly if he was bearing witness that Kenny made up the story about the fire and that he took the funds and did something wrong with them, and he did, and he said plainly that he was not bearing witness, that he said he had a suspicion and a doubt, and based on his suspicion and his doubt, he began to speak about his suspicions and doubts in public. He began to bring up the past of Brother Kenny, and he began to investigate Brother Kenny. And to this day, he's, if I'm wrong, correct me. He says that he's trying to get the report, and he started this a couple of weeks ago. But this controversy has been going on for longer than a couple of weeks. It's been going on for months now. So, like I said, this could have been all avoided. And it wasn't avoided because people were putting their desires above their deen. And I believe that Brother Kenny does owe an apology to Ziyad about mocking him. But Ziyad also owes much apology about multiple things to Brother Kenny, and he needs to repent. That's all I have to say about that.
Jazakallah khair. You know what? I see Brother Sanford wanting to come in. Brother Sanford, I think we had these judges from the beginning, like, because I know there's some connection issues. So, in the interest of it being like 5 hours going on now, I kind of want to wrap it up because it's been a while. I mean, I think we've got a consensus now that it's the three judges that were here, all respected by people out here and the brother himself. So I think that we can come to a conclusion that we didn't find sufficient evidence to believe that the fire was made up or that the funds were misappropriated. We just don't see evidence of that. What I hope to see now is that I'm willing to, I don't believe it's just going to be gone overnight, but I'm willing to have a private session with Brother Ziyad and with Brother Kenny and see if we can rectify issues. Because at the end of the day, we are one ummah. I believe that there's always a way for rectification. The Prophet ﷺ says, "Be modest in your hate and in your love," because we al-wala al-bara is the love and hate for the sake of Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. So just imagine that the Prophet ﷺ witnessed Wahshi kill his uncle, and this is the man that accepted Islam later on, and to the point where he was deeply hurt by this, where he couldn't look at him because he was deeply saddened by the fact that this was the one that Hind had used to kill his uncle. But eventually Allah opened their hearts, and he became the one that killed Muthalim al-Kadhab. And the Prophet, he avenged for that sin that he did at that day. And the Prophet, was lighthearted towards him, meaning that he was able to accept him. So I believe that even in this, nothing has been committed like murder or anything like this, or some foul thing like that. So I think there is a way back, and I'm willing to, inshallah, maybe we can have some private sessions where we can talk and try to, get to the bottom and say, listen, let's drop this. These are things which you don't have evidence for. We should have husn al-dhann. We should have good assumptions of our brother or a sister, and that we can possibly get to that way, inshallah, later on. Maybe not tonight in front of an audience where I know things are heated and emotions are high, and it's not easy just to say, you know what, yeah, I've been wrong about certain things and right about other things. It's a bit difficult, but I think when everyone calms down, let's schedule a date with Kenny and Ziyad and myself, and we'll sit and we'll talk, either on Zoom or whatever, maybe whatever platform you guys choose. But I believe that we can talk this out and come to some kind of agreement, inshallah, bi'idhnillah. Sister Yvonne, I believe you just wanted to add something else, so I'll turn it over to you.
Well, no, just, thank you for conducting this in a really orderly and civilized way. And far more civilized, that I have to say, than the public forum. But I think that this exercise has been very good. It's shown transparency, and hopefully this will go some way to restoring Kenny's charitable and dawah work, and I hope that you can get some sort of understanding between the two brothers, so that it does end in a civilized way, and inshallah with apologies on both sides. So.
Yes, absolutely. I'm just messaging. People were asking if we're going to bring Ziyad and Kenny back up. I don't want to, come up and have like a shouting match and a fight like that. I think that there's a lot of emotions and some bad blood here. I think that the panelists have seen what they needed to see. We don't need to make a circus out of it now and allow a shouting match over this. So if you guys don't mind, brother Kenny and brother Ziyad, I sincerely am reaching out to both of you as brothers of mine, that we can talk on the side. If you're willing to, I'm willing to. Kenny, you have my number. Ziyad, I'll be willing to give that to you, and we can we can set aside where we can talk about this privately, and we can find a rectification, inshallah. Ziyad, you can we can talk about that, and then inshallah let's do that in private, because I want to, and then we can come out publicly with what we need to do with that. But inshallah, I'm witnessing the background check, and I think that absolutely we can do that. We'll talk about those inshallah. But with that being said, I do want to end the stream. It's been, the panelists have been here for 5 hours. MashaAllah, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward them. It's very late for Sister Yvonne as well too. I think some of us in the States is still a bit earlier for us. But I do want to thank you for joining in. I know it's might have been a bit shocking because we're not familiar with the whole thing. And yes, and I also, brother Ziyad, Jazakallah khair for coming. I know it's 3:40. It's very late in Athens as well too. So I do appreciate you coming, brother Kenny. I appreciate you organizing and really pushing through, because I know you really wanted to get this done, and you really tried to make an effort to get this done. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you for you trying to take care of it this way rather than any other way, or maybe an immature way. We were able to get this done, and we were able to actually get both sides on the panel, and to hear both sides. I think the audience now can definitely have a clear picture of what they, at least what in their minds, of what came out of this. But with that being said, jazakumullahu khair to everyone out there, and to the panelists especially. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream right now in order to avoid any further chaos, as they say. But I appreciate all of you from the bottom of my heart, all the listeners who came in and everyone who participated. And just one thing, To all of the all the non-Muslim Christians, I see some of them in the text, like Radical Moderate and these guys. I saw them periodically through here. This is an example of how we can conduct it. A general. A general session. I mean, in a real Islamic court, there's more things that could happen. With more, there's qualified judges who would ask probably more qualifying questions, more evidences. However, this is our issue internally. Me and Brother Kenny and Ziyad, we're gonna sit down and talk, and we're gonna resolve this. We're gonna sit here and we're gonna talk. Don't think for a moment that this is a weakness between us and you can come and prop up Brother Kenny or Brother Ziyad and try to create a rift between us. You might find this as entertainment, but for us, this is how we live our life. This is how we seek justice. We try to find something that will unify us. And if the brother doesn't have any evidence, and there's nothing that's specifically there, then we will essentially then we'll try to rectify that and say, listen, we need evidence. Otherwise, this is a false claim. And so this is how we are going to resolve this. Don't think for a moment that we are going to, these aren't like the James White and Sam Shimon or whatever, these kinds of exposés or Ravi Zachariah things, whatever. This is not what we're doing. So I hope you guys understand that, and inshallah we're going to come to a solution, and inshallah we will have we'll have a rectification between the two, inshallah, when we have our sessions to talk, if they both agree. Bi-idhnillah. With that being said, I'm going to wrap up here. I've been ranting too long. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakumullah khair to everyone who participated.
Thank you.